We don't even get the pumpkin capacity. We don't even get the pumpkin pasty bit. Hey guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Goblet of Fire book review. VEGGIEKNIGHTS, very, very exciting. 2 new chapters, guys. As always, I just went and checked out the movie scenes for these chapters, just to get a refresh of exactly how they work and everything, and they essentially don't exist. And so that's great, guys. It's basically one very short scene on the train, which is very, very different in the book, but the first chapter is a complete book exclusive, and it is absolutely wonderful as always, guys. The Weasley family chapters really are just like some of the best chapters that we get in the entire book. So that's something that is you guys have been telling me that for the longest time, and I've certainly got to agree with you guys. They are absolutely wonderful, and so we'll be going into them today. Thank you always for your comments and feedback on these videos, guys. It is always greatly appreciated. If you want to be a part of the videos, you can always back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to the Harry Potter book club, which I forgot to grab the image of. So hang on one moment. Balls, is it there? There we go. Yay! There we go. Harry Potter book club, where you can get your comment read out at the end of the video, guys. And yes, it could be questions or opinions or, you know, thoughts and everything like that. So if you can't back it, guys, don't worry. You can always just wait for these videos to come out for free. I should also say that if you do back the Patreon for as little as you want, you also get 2 book review episodes ahead. And so if you get up to the end of the latest one on YouTube, you can immediately get probably at least 10 hours more for as little as you want on the Patreon. But again, I know that everyone can back that sort of thing. So it's just that if it's something that you're able to back and want to. But either way, guys, looking forward to this one, guys. I have got a little bit of feedback on... it's okay, this is on me, guys. On the YouTube comments, and I read all the YouTube comments, guys. It's not like I only read the comments in the book review. Granted, I actually read the book club comments out, but I do read all the comments on YouTube as well. And I have had a few comments lately saying that certain points in the book club are getting a little bit repetitive. Now, that is completely on me, guys. I cannot expect you all to read all the other comments before making your comment. That's just completely unworkable, so don't worry about that. What I might do is that if the comments keep on hitting the same point over and over again, I'll read out that part, but I may not. I'll keep my address to that part of the comment very, very brief, if that's okay. I do think this episode will be under 5 hours, guys, because these chapters, they're really good chapters, but they are quite limited in what happens in them. But then again, my notes are really long though, so we shall see. I don't think it's going to be a plus 6 hours one, which is good, because when it's over 6 hours, that's when YouTube gets very, very confused by it all. I should also say, guys, I've already got my mug today, because if you watch my Buffy and Angel videos on Patreon, you know that I've been suffering with a cold recently, guys, and so I've decided to get a hot drink here just to help me out with that. So actually starting off with a magic mug this time. So yeah, settle in. Merry Christmas if you celebrate it, guys. I'm actually recording this 3 days before Christmas. You'll probably get it, like, you know, hopefully the day after. These videos take a long time to process and upload. You can probably imagine it's a very, very long sequence process for that. Literally. And so, yes, I'm hoping that to get this to you before Christmas. If you celebrate it, I hope you have a wonderful day. If you don't celebrate, I hope you have a wonderful day as well, guys. And, you know, maybe if you're having a quiet Christmas, you can always pop this on if you so wish. Just to be blabbering on about pumpkin pasties all day. Looking forward to these chapters, guys. They're really, really interesting. Let's get straight into it. So, as always, thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels, and to Max for the wonderful summaries, which I will be reading out the first of next for Chapter 10, or Goblet of Fire. And literally in the movie, I feel like we're like 15 minutes into the movie, guys, and yet we're in Chapter 10. And apparently it only gets more different going on, guys, which is quite astonishing to me, but the book has been so good so far. I mean, it really has been I really enjoyed the start of this book, guys. I really have. I'm not going to say it's my favourite book just yet, but it's been so good. It's been so good to experience the story in this way. So, even without further ado, let's get into Chapter 10, Mayhem at the Ministry. I feel like the intro was very short. I hope I didn't forget to say anything. Either way, let's get on with this, because then if I don't, then it's going to be over 6 hours again. So, after sleeping the remainder of the night, the group returns to the burrow, where Mrs. Weasley is super apologetic towards Fred and George after hearing the news of the World Cup. Whilst waiting to hear back from Sirius, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the scar hurting and suspicions of Voldemort planning something. Mr. Weasley comes home and starts talking about the mayhem at the Ministry. Percy is on the side of Mr. Crouch, even going as far as to blame his father for Rita Skeeter's article. The Golden Trio start to get their things ready for the trip back to Hogwarts, when Ron finds the most stylish dress robes of 1867. We shall get to it, but that is awesome. Oh, balls! See, this is the problem with me rewatching the part of the movie, because obviously this movie, its bits will jump all over the place, and the whole dress robes thing is much later on in the movie. But as I remember, the dress robes that Ron gets in the movie are a hand-me-down from, like, it's almost like a family tradition that he would be wearing it, rather than being second-hand. Anyway, we'll get to it, guys, we'll get to it. Or maybe that will turn out to be the case in the book, but, you know, Molly certainly did not word it that way. Anyway, thank you so much for the description, Max. Thank you so much for these very Christmassy side panels, Jonas. And let's get through my notes. So, I'm sorry about the, I mean, my throat sounds a little bit croaky, guys. Hopefully it'll be better once I get a little bit more of that down. So, so we're back at the World Cup. So obviously this is where the chapter starts, and Arthur uses magic to pack up the tents. You get the feeling that the whole let's be careful about muggles and all that. You get the feeling that's all gone out the window because of what's happened with the dark mark. That anti-muggle precautions have gone like really high up. Just to counter any potential thing going even worse. And so I feel like that's probably why Arthur is just like, oh, I just need as much. Rather than trying to do it traditionally like they did when they were putting it back up. Also, they're trying to get out of there, because there is like a lot of people trying to get out all at the same time the next morning. They actually pass Mr. Roberts, who has a vague look on his face, and says Merry Christmas, appropriate for when I'm making this video. I don't know, guys. I get the feeling... I promise you this cold is on the retreat, guys. I'm not making it sound like it is, but I apologise. I get the feeling that this is meant to be funny, guys. And we go back to the line last time, and you guys seem to disagree with me, and I'm glad you did. Where when we heard about Mrs. Roberts, I can't remember the exact term that you used, but it's some sort of bloomers, you know, like, you know, big bloomers, essentially, it said. And I questioned if that term was meant to have an air of humour around it. I feel like the fact that Mr. Roberts says Merry Christmas here, I kind of feel like that's also meant to be funny as well, guys. And maybe these were written in the 90s, weren't they? So things like, actually, that's true. Okay, so to any young'uns, any young'uns watching this who weren't around in the 90s, that's a terrifying thing for me to say. That's terrifying. Sorry, anyone that wasn't around in the 90s. Jokes about concussions and head trauma and everything like that were very prolific. I mean, I talk about Bottom, my favourite sitcom of all time. You know, there's countless jokes about concussions on that. Since I think it's like in the early 2000s, a lot more research was done about concussions, and now all of that humour has gone away, because it is a very bad thing. But back then, back when this book was being written, the whole thing, like the idea that Mr. Roberts, you know, has had his mind altered to the point where he doesn't know what's going on. He's saying Merry Christmas to people. That sort of humour was very, very common. Not so much anymore since you know, more research has gone into brain trauma. I can't believe I'm talking about this sort of level of stuff already, guys. But I I do worry about it, and we were talking about it when Mr. Roberts first came into it. It's like saying, "Wow, they're having to do this every time a day. That doesn't sound that great." And Arthur's reaction to Harry looking at Mr. Roberts, like a little bit like, "Ooh, what's going on there?" Is to say, he'll be fine. He actually does say that the bigger the event that had to be erased, not the longer, but the bigger the event, the more effect it will have on a short-term basis. That's very interesting. So it's not the case of if you wipe someone's memory of the previous day, if they had a completely humdrum normal day, then their recovery would be a lot shorter than someone who, let's say, had a really good day or a really bad day. That's very interesting, actually. That's very interesting. So if you have 3 people, or twins, let's say, or going to have the same effect if they have exactly the same day, but you have one that has an absolutely average day, he will have the shortest, or she, or they will have the shortest recovery time to someone who definitely had a bad day. That person will definitely have a longer recovery time. But I'm going to say that it's also if you had a very, very good day. It's a very, very significant... It's essentially the sort of day where you're going to remember. So if you're going to have like a really good day and you're going to think, oh, I'm never going to forget this day, and then have your mind wiped, that is going to make it longer to recover from. That's my opinion on it. But now I need to take things, again, Veggie makes things way too serious. Arthur. God bless him. Guys, I love Arthur. I think book Arthur is fantastic. I really do. But we know that even Arthur doesn't know that much about Muggles. He wants to, sure. And obviously, these mind-wiping spells, most probably are the vast majority done on Muggles. Right? That I think that's fair to say. It has to be. It has to be the vast majority of the times it's ever used ethically. It's not like a dark wizard doing it. But we don't. But us in the wizarding world, wizards and witches, we don't know that much about Muggles. And so how can we know that they're going to be absolutely fine? How do we know that in 10 years' time, Mr. Roberts is going to have some sort of health issue because of this thing happening? I make things way too serious, don't I? I need to wind my neck in. You know what, guys? Last time I asked you all to tell me to say "shut up, Veggie, it doesn't matter." It doesn't matter. Sorry, I didn't once reference The Rock last time. See, the thing is, when I say The Rock, guys, you're probably gonna think, oh, what, the guy who played not Shazam, the other one, Black Adam. No, I'm not talking about him. I am talking about him. I'm talking about The Rock when The Rock was the greatest thing, the greatest sports entertainer today. When he was a wrestler, guys, that is where The Rock was by far the best. I don't care what movie you've seen with him in. Jumanji or anything like that. I ain't seen any of them. But The Rock was so good when he was in wrestling, guys. He really, really was. And one of his things he used to do, and he actually released a song called it as well, was he would always say, "It doesn't matter." And so if he like says, what's your name? And the person will go down and say, "It doesn't matter what your name is." Amazing. Pardon me. So yeah, incredibly, when I said, everyone tell me it doesn't matter, I didn't want to think of The Rock. But this time I need you to tell me to wind my neck in. I really do, because I make everything way too serious. But I'm worried about Mr. Roberts. And the Merry Christmas. And the Mrs. Christmas? Fun fact, guys. You know the movie... Oh my god, this is going to be over 7 hours, isn't it? You know Santa Claus the movie? The Mrs. Claus in it is from a sitcom called Keeping Up Appearances in the UK. Good. Good sitcom, good sitcom. Anyway, right. Oh my god, I'm getting so blooming sidetracked. Right. The description of Mrs. Roberts' undergarments made me think, am I meant to be finding this funny? Because I didn't find it funny in the slightest. And quite frankly, last time I had comments saying that they skip these chapters sometimes because they find it so distressing. Certainly, possibly the most... Was that the most distressing chapter that we've had in Harry Potter so far? I mean, I guess you could argue... the actual Chamber of Secret chapter... the approach to Voldemort in the first one. No, I don't know. But society. I guess because... You know, Harry going into the Chamber of Secrets to defeat Tom Riddle and to save Ginny. That's all fantasy, whereas what we had last time was prejudice, and, you know, a lot of us suffer from prejudice, a lot of us see it from day to day. And so, it was a very distressing chapter to get through. It actually was, guys. Even doing the book review for it, I'm reading your comments on it, I felt genuine, I don't want to say trauma, but the chapter had affected people. So the description of Mrs. Roberts' undergarments still seems odd to me. And the Merry Christmas thing, I just didn't find funny. Probably because I take these things way too seriously, you know? But that's just my interpretation of it. We gotta move on. We got to move on. Right, so, I'm sorry for making everything so serious, guys. I really need to wind my neck in. I really do. Please let me know in the comments. I need to wind my neck in. Whatever that means. The bigger the trauma, and the more disorientated the person will be. Yes, it may not be that the recovery time is longer, but they are going to be more disorientated for that time when it's something more significant. This time they use a port key, which is an old tire, to get back. They actually walk back, guys, and at this point I wasn't exactly sure who was actually here, because it's just basically saying the group. Turns out everyone's there, including Percy, Charlie, and the other one, Bill, the other one. And when they get to the burrow, Molly, I think it was actually in tears. It says she got red eyes and everything, clutching the Daily Prophet, comes running over, like, you know, just in absolute remorse, quite frankly. Remorse? Yes, remorse about how she treated Fred and George, which is actually a really nice payoff, and it's so interesting, guys, because even now I'm getting comments on the one where she really reprimands Fred and George after they get back from the Dursleys. The Dursleys. And it's so interesting that you guys, the vast majority of you guys, knew that was coming. That this was coming, the payoff for it. And so, a lot of you guys went hard on Molly. And I think it's because you knew that she was going to get kind of redeemed, or no, not redeemed, I guess punished in a way. God bless, I love Molly, I really do. Either way. She found out via the Prophet what had happened the previous night. This does make me think, guys, that the Wizarding World, you know, has a lot of advantages. It definitely has some technological disadvantages. Because this is the late 90s now. Mobile phones, guys, absolutely were, you know, everyone had them. Now, granted, you know, the Weasleys, yes, the Weasleys, you know, no, I'm not saying the Weasleys should have had Nokia 9210, what are those called. What I'm saying is, the Wizarding World should have some sort of messaging service which is faster than Molly finding out, you know, reading the Prophet, many hours after the event took place, and then worrying as the family came back. It also does make me think that Arthur could have said to Bill, Charlie, or Percy, by the way, you disapparate, or apparate, always get it wrong, you apparate back home, tell Molly what's going on, and tell her not to worry. No. They take their sweet time walking back. To be fair, they don't have breakfast, though. They have breakfast when they get back. So maybe they just didn't think about Molly. I guess that's fair. I mean, Arthur, you'd hope would. But he wants to keep everyone safe, including Harry, who's there. But it would have been nice for Molly to at least get a message saying, don't worry, everything's fine. Although, without context, that's even more terrifying. Imagine in the middle of the night, you get a message from a family member saying, someone saying, don't worry, it's okay. What? It's just completely panic. Oh my goodness. So yeah, they could have apparated one of them back there. I can't see a reason why they wouldn't. Also, I can't really see a reason why Bill, Charlie, and Percy didn't, unless there was the context of they want to keep the rest of the family safe. But at this point, I don't feel like they feel like they're under threat. Yeah. And even then, can you apparate and disapparate? I'm wondering when Dumbledore appears on Underground Station and then apparates with Harry within like a couple of minutes, doesn't he? So there's no cooldown system. See, I always have to think like computer games. It's not like you can only apparate every few minutes or anything. You can basically do whatever you want. So why not just pop over and say, hey, Molly, everything's fine. And then make the walk back. I'm really overthinking this. But yeah, I just felt sorry for Molly. I felt sorry for the fact that no doubt she'd been stood there since the paper arrived in the front garden waiting. With all the owls in the world. Well, not all the owls in the world, but she has all the family owls on her side, so they can't send her one of those. There needs to be some sort of instant messenger service. There really does. There really does. But at the same time, it's cool that we don't, you know, it's like a lack of technology. It's like at no point do we hear about any form of television or equivalent to television in the Wizarding world, which makes it more interesting, guys, and obviously makes the profit much more significant than any paper that we have in RL. Starting to feel better because of this. Right, moving on. What else can I take way too seriously? Couldn't have sent an owl. Oh, owls not allowed at the World Cup. Yeah, I do speculate that maybe owls are like because of the Muggle precautions and everything, they don't want too many owls flying around one area. So maybe on the tickets it does say, by the way, don't bring your owls, please. Because we don't hear of anyone having any owls there. Molly seems extremely relieved to see them all. It says that how her eyes were red and everything. Poor. And the thing is, she hasn't been sat there thinking, oh no, what could have happened to them and everything like that. She's thinking, the last thing I did to Fred and George was give them an earful. Rightfully so, quite frankly. I don't know, guys. It's so interesting. Our discussion about Molly's rant. Because she's not... What they did to Dudley, guys, I think that the vast majority are like, yeah, that would garner a bad reaction from a parent. Right? I feel like that's fair. And so, yeah. Is when she started to really play down, their potential to... And the thing is, guys, well, at least, going on the movies, we know that they have the potential to become a successful businessman. So yeah, but yeah, all she's been thinking up front guarding is, poor Fred and George, how could I do that to them? It's terrible. Poor Molly, poor Molly. And she goes, oh boys, and grabs them and like bangs their heads together. Yeah, she feels guilty about having shouted at them just before they left. Arthur, at that point in dropping the newspaper, Arthur asks Bill to pick up the paper. This is where I point out. So Bill, Charlie and Percy did return with them, and could they not have just apparated back? Why wouldn't they have apparated back? Is it to keep the rest of the group safe, or... I don't know. It's not implied in any way. They just happen to be walking back with them. I mean, one of them could apparate... Could have... I don't know if there's any rules about apparating, guys, but one could have apparated that night and just told Molly what had happened. Yeah. It would have been nice for Molly to know. That's all I'm saying. So she, because the thing is, presumably she didn't... It wasn't on the radio or anything like this about the World Cup that she was listening to. She found out about it from the blooming... from the Prophet. The Prophet is putting the full blame on the Ministry security. Apparently, I think it does say that there were no arrests. Arthur, says, who wrote all this? Oh, of course, Rita Skeeter. Now, we have heard about Rita Skeeter before in this book. I'm pretty sure we have, guys. I don't think this is the very, very first time, because quite frankly, this chapter may as well have been called Rita Skeeter, because we hear a lot about her from different angles. Percy says how she had it, how she has it in for the Ministry, and how she's written an article in the past saying that the Ministry shouldn't be worried about cauldron thickness. That comes back wonderful, and should be stamping out vampires. Now that's an interesting line, guys. Does make me wonder how common vampires are. And one thing which I didn't, guys, very last time's discussion about Winky and house elves was fascinating, guys. Thank you for it. It really was eye-opening. One thing that I have learnt now, I think that I've learnt from the last chapters, which is something which I never assumed until now. House elves are pretty rare things. They are not. I mean, the Weasleys were never going to have one, but house elves, I think, are actually. I mean, Ron's never seen one before until Winky, and so, and you know, he must have at least met members of the Ministry before. In fact, Charlie says about how later on in this chapter, in the next chapter, in fact, how he had met Mad Eye Moody briefly as a kid. I think it does say in the past. I think it certainly was when he was still not an adult. That's my interpretation of it. Yeah, because Mad Eye's retired now, so I think that is the case. And so I'm not even sure how much we'd see house elves in the movies. Although someone did send me a screenshot of a couple of house elves which were at the World Cup, guys, and were actually a couple in the movies. So house elves are definitely less common than I had ever thought before. And I get the impression that vampires, I don't know. The thing is, I don't think it's any secret to say that the Daily Prophet is meant to be a parody of the Daily Mail, which is a British newspaper, guys. And they, you know, if you read the Daily Mail, that's absolutely fine, guys. I'm not criticizing you at all, but they are kind of known. They have a reputation of kind of stirring stuff up. And so I get the impression that Rita is making out that the vampire situation is a lot worse than it actually is. We actually hear about how Percy starts to go into talking about the treatment of non-wizard part humans guidelines. I would love to read that, guys. That sounds blooming fascinating to me. So it sounds like that they can't stamp out vampires, because at the end of the day, vampires have a right to live. They're not seen as vermin that need to be annihilated. And obviously, you know, the Buffy the Vampire Slayer, you know, goes into that aspect of demons as well. And so, and at the end of the day, guys, are vampires as bad as werewolves in this world? Because werewolves are turned to werewolves by werewolves. Vampires are turned to vampires by vampires. And so, are vampires... I get the impression that they are meant to be slightly worse than... I don't know where this is coming from. I get the impression that they're meant to be slightly worse than werewolves, but I honestly don't know where I'm pulling that from. I really don't. Maybe because they're more cognizant than werewolves. Now, one thing that came up a couple of times, guys, and this was fascinating, and this was fascinating about my opinions of what Ron said about house elves. Saying how they enjoy it and everything. I'm equating that to, I think I actually equated it to fox hunting, which is interesting. Because some people think that foxes enjoy being hunted, which is fascinating. But how Ron says they like this sort of life and everything. That's fine, guys. If that's true, and you know the vast majority of house elves do enjoy their life in servitude, because it's what their role is, and they're perfectly happy in that. That's great. I have met 2 house elves so far in the books. In fact, book readers have met 2 house elves in the book so far: Dobby and Winky. Neither of them are having a good time. Neither of them are enjoying their role in it. And so I'm sure it's down to my ignorance of other house elves and everything, but that is because of the books that we're going into. You can't... You got Dobby introduced in Chamber of Secrets, someone who is very, very downtrodden and keeps on like hitting themselves whenever they do wrong and everything. And we find out are a part of a house which absolutely treated them like dirt. And then we have Winky, First thing that we see of her is absolutely terrified, being ordered to do something that she is completely not comfortable with doing. And then her getting reprimanded and basically bullied by wizards in the forest that night. You know, treated like a criminal and everything. Those are the 2 house elves I have met so far. So yeah. So naturally my reaction is going to be house elves don't have a great time, because those are the only 2 that I've met so far. And the fact is, Ron's never seen one before, and so Ron's opinion is based on what wizard folk have told them, and wizard folk, you know, have a pretty sweet deal when it comes to house elves. Now I'm not now again. It's very possible that the vast majority of house elves, like, it may be all other house elves apart from Dobby and Winky, are absolutely loving it, having the time of their lives. But the only 2 that I've met are Dobby and Winky. And so, it's, from my standpoint, they're having a good time, and I don't think that they do enjoy it. And that's me basing that opinion on the information that I've got. And my information is more than Ron has, because I met 2 of them. He's only met 1. Oh, I don't... Sometimes I sound angry, guys, and I'm really not angry. Sometimes when I find a point in this, I get quite excited about making that point, and that's what just happened there. I'm not angry at all. I found the comments fascinating. I do still feel like the idea that house elves generally have a wild time of it. I find it hard to believe, because the only 2 house elves I met haven't. And at some point I'm meeting Creature, guys. I can't wait to meet Creature, because I loved him in the movies. God knows why. Oh. Anyway, sorry if I sounded... Sorry, guys. Sometimes I get like... It's not me being furious or anything. I get excited by this engagement. I really do. And I did get several comments saying, well, Ron's right, Veggie. Sure. He might be right. The only information I can go on is what's in front of me in the books. Anyway, so great discussion. That's what I'm trying to say. Great discussion last time about house elves, and we can continue that, because I find it fascinating. I really do. And personally, I'm with Hermione, but then again, Hermione has only met 1 house elf, but has presumably done a lot of reading about. No, presumably she's done a lot of reading about them. And so, yeah. Great discussion about house elves, guys. I really did it. I really appreciate it just now. Last time. Anyway. Treatment of non-wizard part humans guidelines. Part humans. It's so rare that we hear that the H word in the wizarding world. It really is. Treatment of non-wizard part human. Non-wizard part human. Non-wizard part human. So can muggles be vampires? Oh no, here we bloody go. Can squibs be vampires? Yes, I presume muggles can be vampires. They must be able to. Because they're part human. Muggles are humans, squibs are humans, wizard folk are humans. Yeah. Fascinating. Presumably a muggle vampire can't do tricks. Or maybe they can't. Maybe muggles cannot be turned into vampires. Maybe they just die. This is definitely not going to come out on any of the books, is it? Like, ever. If it does, I'll be amazed. But can muggles be vampires? Oh, God, my videos are full of such stupid questions. Right, moving on. Oh, I don't know why I put you through this, guys. I really don't. Right, I would love to read that. There we go. That's my little note for the treatment of non-wizard part human guidelines. Seriously, out of all the books that we've read, that we heard about, that's one of the ones up there for me. Bill, rudely, says, do us a favour, Percy, and shut up. I've got capital letters, why? I guess because he's going in to talk about guidelines, and everyone is very, very tired and hungry at this point as well. But yeah, he's right. Percy's right, as always. Not as always, I take that back. But, you know, I'm a big Percy fan, so you know what I mean. Arthur, like, says, I've been mentioned. Not by name, though, and we hear that Skeeter possibly was there when Arthur was coming out, like saying, no, everything's fine, come on, I out of the way now, I want to get back to bed and everything like that. That was taken as like an official quote from a minister, not named, but by Rita. So presumably she or one of her colleagues was there to able to record that announcement by Arthur, and it was taken as a proper statement by the ministry. The news then does continue on saying, can we really believe that is the case when, what's the term that he used? Allegedly? Reports. That's the word. Whenever a headline says report on it, guys, be wary. But, like, it like says, can we believe that after there were reports that several bodies... I got completely lost. Several bodies... Oh, sorry, no. Several bodies allegedly were removed from the woods an hour later. Now, that's fascinating to me, guys, because obviously, I know that Rita ain't exactly your most ethical reporter and everything, but I don't know if that's true. As in, there might be more to that. Obviously, you know more than I do if you read the book before. But maybe there were more bodies being removed. Maybe there were bodies, sorry, being removed from the woods. Or Rita's just pulling that completely out of nowhere, which is insanely bad journalism. Arthur says that he's going to head into work to try and fight the chaos of all this. He actually feels like it was his responsibility, so he's going to go and try and fix it. Percy elects to go with him and says that he can give his cauldron report to Crouch in person. You got to imagine Crouch would probably be like, why are you bringing this to me right now, Percy? He's not going to say it. What did he call him? Oh, I can't remember what he used to call Percy. Oh, man. I can't remember. But, justice for... What was it? It was... because I did tweet it out as well. Pomfrey or something like that, wasn't it? But yeah, you get the impression that Crouch not really that interested in Percy's report there and then. It does seem important though, guys, and comparing that report to stomping at vampires, as Rita puts it, that's such typical journalism of why do something which is important when there's something much more important that needs to be done now. It's like, well, they both need doing, and I think that Percy's absolutely bang on to try and I'm trying to look up what the Percy's name is now, guys, because I know that I tweeted it at the time. But yes, like both are important, but at this point, sure, maybe Crouch wouldn't really appreciate being sent the report at this time. Okay, I'm getting close to it, guys. Justice for... Where is it? It must have been around here. Okay, I need to stop recording, and I'm going to find this out. Weatherby! How can I forget that, guys? Justice for Weatherby. So, Harry asks Molly if Hedwig had a ride with a male. No. Very interesting, guys, watching these scenes back. It's actually Hermione's idea, after what happened at the World Cup, for Harry to wipe the letter to Sirius. Seems strange. It seems strange that Harry wouldn't have done at this point, but obviously Book Harry and Book Hermione are very, very different characters. That being said, we do have a gorgeous shot of Hedwig leaving the Hogwarts Express, so it was worth it just for that beautiful shot. But very interesting that it's Hermione's idea. So yes, still not heard back from Sirius. Harry turns to Ron, very, very subtly, and says, okay, if I dump this stuff in your room, Ron? As in, let's go and discuss this. And Jim Dale, Stephen Fry just, says, oh, yeah, I think I'll go too. And just, completely normally. But Jim Dale is like, yes, I think I will go too. And Ron trying to act, it's amazing. Being very, very subtle. And then Hermione just yes, go with him. But yeah, Jim Dale's reading of that line of Ron was like, yes, I think I will go too. Which is amazing. Harry fills Ron and Hermione in on his scar hurting. Ron and Hermione's instant reaction was exactly what Harry had imagined. It's amazing because obviously in the earlier chapters we heard about what everyone's reaction would be to hearing the news that his scar is hurting. And apparently Ron and Hermione's were exactly on the money, which is absolutely brilliant. He knows them well. He knows them well. He tells Ron and Hermione about the dream and how Voldemort and Pettigrew are plotting to kill, and then he says someone instead of me, because Hermione's face is apparently so horrified that he doesn't want to make it even more horrified, and it says someone instead, which it could be, guys. It could be someone. Ron still doesn't like Harry saying Voldemort, guys. It sounds really nice. Stop saying Voldemort in this scene, guys, which is very interesting. It is interesting that yeah, that's at some point that I'm hoping that becomes something that we can keep an eye on, because at this point, Harry, you know, is absolutely doing it on purpose and everything, and Ron's his best friend and everything, but Ron still gets really frustrated with Harry saying it. Maybe it's because they're in the burrow, maybe. But no, at this point, it's just like a bad luck thing, isn't it? Is it? Oh, I think so. I think it is. Either way, I thought it's very interesting that Ron still gets very frustrated with Harry saying it. Harry brings up what Trelawney had said in her crazy trance last time. Hermione instantly stops looking horrified and just snorts and says, "You're going to listen to that old fraud, what that old fraud said." It's very rude for Hermione, but obviously we know her opinion of Trelawney. When Harry mentioned Pettigrew, there is a short silence in which Ron fiddles a hole in his Chudley Cannon's bedding. I don't know if that is Ron. I might be reading too much into this, which I do. That's the whole point of these videos. But I get the feeling that might be in reference to Ron missing Scabbers. I think it might be, guys, because I get the impression that hole was chewed by Scabbers. That's my interpretation of it, guys. And that does me think, guys, that Pettigrew's diet must have been messed up. It really must have been very, very messed up, you know, this entire time. But that's my interpretation of that line, the fact that he's like fingering this hole in his bedding. That could be me reading too much into it. So yes, we hear. So Hermione like says like if Sirius is in Africa, it's going to take Hedwig more than just a week to get there and back and everything, and so that's probably why and everything. Does make me think that like, so if I was to send an owl to give a message across the planet, that owl has to fly across the planet. Again, it seems like a mixture of bad technology, guys. I mean, email was already a thing in the human realm, Muggle world, and so yeah, I would have thought that there would be some sort of station for owls to essentially use portkeys. And there's some sort of authority okay, so you're going to this continent, you're going to this continent, you're going to this continent. Go and touch those things, and you'll appear over there. I would have liked that there if there was something like that. You know, it's a form of fast travel for the owls. But no, apparently they're going the entire blooming way, guys. So, you know, with all the important dramatic stuff that they're discussing, Ron, I think to try and break the ice, says, "Ron, come on, Harry, come on, let's go and play a game of Quidditch, 3-on-3. Very interesting, not including the girls there. We do get the impression, though, that Hermione almost... I get the impression that Hermione doesn't really like Quidditch. Which is interesting, because she seemed to enjoy the World Cup. But like later on in the next chapter, you know, all the boys are talking about Quidditch and everything, and she's just like she just gets bored and starts reading books and everything. It's interesting because obviously Ginny's there as well, so it could have easily been 4-on-4. Sure, Ginny's a year younger, but that's not exactly that much. And so, yeah, for Ron to not think about Hermione and Ginny joining in, Because presumably Hermione has a broom. That's a good point. Hermione must have a broom. And Ginny, you know, can use, you know, presumably... It just seems odd to me that Ginny and Hermione aren't... wouldn't thought to be included in this. Because in this world, guys... some of the best players in the world are female. And so it is absolutely a mix of male and female. There are some teams that are just male. Presumably there are some teams that are just female as well. Not that we've heard about them. And so it's interesting to me that Hermione doesn't really seem to be into Quidditch as much as the rest of them. But maybe it's just because she's not that much into sport. I guess that kind of fits with it. Or maybe it's because of her own fears around flying and everything. Yeah, I just find it interesting that Ron suggested it should be 3-on-3. Says how Harry can practice the Romsky feint. I got down on my notes, guys. That is definitely paying off later in the book. There's no way that is not paying off later in the book. Hermione says that Harry's too worried and everyone should get some rest, but Harry actually agrees. And Hermione walks out going, boys. Amazing. Yeah, it's just interesting that Hermione doesn't... Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting anyway. Arthur and Percy are pulling long hours at the Ministry all week. So we're now a week later, actually, the day before returning to Hogwarts. Percy, I think in particular, has been receiving a lot of howlers. Apparently, they actually explode if you don't open them fast enough. Which I think this has come up before, guys. I don't remember it being exploding though. My headcanon for it up to this point was the longer you leave it, the angrier it's going to, and the angrier and louder it is going to shout at you. But no, apparently Percy's literally putting out fires because these things keep on exploding on his desk and everything, which is, you know, arson, quite frankly. I guess arson isn't really a crime in the Wizarding world because fire is so easy to fix. Yeah. Does anyone ever get burnt in the Harry Potter movies? There's probably someone really obvious I think of who basically gets torched. I can't think of anyone. Because obviously fire spells are something that we see a lot in Hogwarts Legacy and everything. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not good. It's not good sending, you know, the Ministry things that are going to explode, you know? In my opinion, anyway. People want compensation for the damages that came to their tent. We actually hear about Mundungus Fletcher again, guys. Fletcher, who we heard about, I think, in Arthur's first scene in Chamber. About how he was causing some sort of trouble. I can't remember what. But we hear about him here again, guys. Mundungus Fletcher trying to, like, you know, get compensation for like a really flash tent, whereas, you know, Percy like says, I know for a fact he's just basically under a robe with a couple of sticks on it. Poor Mundungus. But it sounds like he had tickets to the World Cup though. However that happened. Percy says how Arthur feels. Oh, that's right. So yeah, Percy says how Arthur feels that his responsibility because of his mistake. Now this is what Max was saying about how Percy basically blames Arthur here. Yeah, to the rest of his family. It's just so interesting to see. Because I don't for a second believe that Percy doesn't 100% believe what he's saying here. I think that he does. I think that Percy 100% believes what he's saying. But he doesn't see that as being a bad thing. This isn't Ron, like, you know, feeling ashamed of. Oh, Ron's fascinating, guys. I hope this sentence is taken in the right way. Ron has a lot of shame when it comes to his family. I mean, he loves his family, guys, but he does have a lot of, you know, insecurities and shame around it. In my opinion, when Percy's saying, you know, Arthur is, you know, feels bad for making the mistake that he did, at no point is he thinking, oh, silly Arthur, what is he doing? He's thinking, well, Dad made a mistake. He's doing this because he made that mistake, and you know, and the Ministry are accepting of that apology, essentially. I don't think for a second he's he's not dissing Arthur in the slightest. He is basically taking the corporate line, and I don't believe that there's any part of his brain which thinks that is incorrect. I think that he absolutely thinks this, and so I think that whenever anyone challenges him, much like with Hermione with the house elves in the previous chapter, he doesn't. He's like, what? I thought, well, but the ministry said this, and that means that it's right. No part of me thinks that Percy thinks that he is being a bootlick. No, bootlick is the wrong term. A yes man. There we go. Oh, that's the right term. No part of me thinks that Percy thinks that he is being a yes man. That's my interpretation of it, guys. I think that he 100% believes everything because because his brain has been twisted to this whole, I need to climb the ladder, this is what I need to do, this is what my brain needs to think, and now my brain does think that it is Arthur's fault. I hope that some of that made sense. I hope so, guys. But what I'm saying is, Percy is not in the slightest bit being vindictive. He genuinely believes that Arthur was at fault and is trying to make amends for it. And quite frankly, Arthur is trying to make amends for it because he said so himself. Oh, this is a week later now. Says he shouldn't have made an unclear statement, and I got down here. He's kind of right, but Arthur didn't know he was giving a statement, so that's Arthur's defense. He didn't know that he was being taken as like the main spokesman for this massive event. At the time, he didn't realise that was the case, and so I feel terrible for Arthur. I feel terrible for Arthur. At the same time, I can see what Percy's saying here. And Molly, naturally, steps in and says, "Don't you say that about your father or anything." Bill correctly points out to Percy that Rita would have published it was a disgrace, that there was no statement made if Arthur hadn't have said that, which I 100% agree with. I 1,000,000,000% agree with. And, that would have presumably been even worse. Yeah, because then it would have felt like a massive, even more of a cover-up than Rita is making it out to be. And again, it could be a cover-up, guys. I don't know. I don't know. It's so fascinating that Rita said about the alleged bodies that were taken out, without having to give names or anything. Or I'm interested to see if that ever pays off, or it is just Rita making stuff up. Bill says that the Gringotts, what Bill does as a job, all of them had been interviewed by Rita in the past, and apparently she referred to him in the article as a long-haired pillock, which is amazing. The use of the word pillock is great there, guys. And Molly, of all people, says, well, it is a bit long here, dear. So what we have here, guys, is Percy agreeing with Rita to an extent about, no, he is agreeing with Rita's take on the situation. And then, and again, this is me reading way too much into it, we have Molly agreeing with Rita about Bill. Maybe not the pillock part, but the long hair part. So it does show how powerful this paper is, guys, even on this low level. But yeah, I love the fact that Molly even uses Rita's article as an excuse to try and cut Bill's hair. And also, my headcanon now is one of the reasons why Bill has his hair so long is because what Rita said. And so I think there probably is a bit of pride around the fact that I'm not going to cut my head just because I got called a long-haired pillock. Pillock. I don't even know what the word pillock means. I'm going to look that up real quick. Or does it just mean silly person? Very old-fashioned term, guys. Stupid or silly person. Yeah. Stupid or annoying person. I think stupid. I think that's what I know it from. Either way, it is a great word. So I got down here, our people. Is this little moment where we have Percy essentially agreeing with Rita, and then Molly essentially agreeing with Rita Just a nice little way of showing how effective the Prophet can be. I'm probably reading too much into that, guys. I probably am. Charlie's making a fireproof balaclava for work, which is amazing. Harry's using Hermione's repair kits that she bought for his birthday. I don't know why, guys. I love hearing about that repair kit. It just really... I mean, there's so many things in these books which just take you back to, oh yeah, I remember that and everything. But especially when it comes to birthdays and Christmases and everything, it's just like a really nice little warm feeling of, oh yeah, I remember when that happened and everything. I really like hearing about the repair kit. I really, really do. Fred and George are quietly writing something, and Molly calls over to them, essentially calling about for filling in another order form. And Fred goes on, gives a mega guilt trip to Molly and says, "Oh, imagine if we died on the Hogwarts Express tomorrow, and the last thing you ever said to us was accusing us of writing an order form." And the nicest thing in the world about this is probably my favourite bit of the entire chapter, guys. Everyone laughs, including Molly. Gives me warm fuzzies, guys. I really like that bit. I really like that bit. That makes me really happy. Did Percy laugh? Yes. Yes, because it said everyone laughed, including Molly. So all you Percy haters out there, I don't know. Are there Percy haters out there? Are there Percy haters out there? When I was watching the movies, guys, and I noticed Percy. I think he's holding Hermione and Harry. I think in one of the later, it's the one with I always forget her blooming name. Okay, we're drawing back the curtains here a bit, guys. I always forget her bloody name. Pink woman, not Lily the Pink. Pink Harry Potter. A new house. Okay, that hasn't come up with anything. What is it? I always forget her bloody name. Is it Order of Phoenix villain? Do not say Voldemort. Umbridge! Thank you! I don't know why, guys. Umbridge's name is like, I just blank on it all the time. I always do. So sometimes in videos, I'm like really subtly saying, "Oh yeah, her and everything," or like I'm really subtly typing to look it up and everything. I don't know why I always forget Umbridge's blooming name. I really do. It's kind of crazy. Why am I talking about Umbridge? I have literally no clue why I'm talking about Umbridge. But either way, oh yes, no, yeah. When Percy is part of the Ministry without any lines and everything, I like that. That's Percy. And I remember getting comments saying, "Oh yeah, Veggie, yeah, Percy, lots going on in the books and everything." I got the impression that he was an unpopular character. I mean, he is Squidward. No. Who would you? What other fictional character would you equate Percy to, guys? He's not Squidward. C-3PO? At this point, I think he's C-3PO. Because obviously, there's more to come, guys, and I'm sure that my relationship with him will change a lot. But I really like him. I really do. And I find him fascinating. I don't agree with everything that he says, obviously, but I find him so fascinating. And I love the fact that he's joining in this laughter as well. But I don't know why. The fact that it pointed out that Molly laughed as well just makes me... that really shows so much of a side of her personality. It really is. After return time. Again, we hear so much about Rita Skeeter in this chapter, guys. The chapter should have been called Rita Skeeter. Skeeter has apparently been snooping around all week and has found out that Bertha Jorkins has gone missing. Rita getting Rita getting a heck of an intro here. Like I say, I swear we've heard about Rita Skeeter, possibly even in a previous book. Do you reckon her and Lockhart got on well? Probably not. If she's gonna call Bill a long-haired pillock, what should she write about Lockhart? Oh, I'd love to read that. But I bet you anything Lockhart, it all just went straight over his head. Whatever insult she had for him, he probably thought was like a compliment. Lockhart's great, guys. One of the best characters from the books. Harry, Harry, Harry. Oh my goodness. Who would okay, let's stick to Star Wars. Who would Lockhart be in the Star Wars universe? Oh, that's nigh on impossible. Boba Fett? No, that's stupid. I've only seen the movies, by the way, guys. And I haven't seen Solo. Surely there's someone from the prequels that he could fit in as. Jar Jar? Is Lockhart Jar Jar? Villain? And there are comical villains in the prequels. He's not one of the Chinese stereotype guys, surely. No. He's not Watto. Is Gilderoy Lockhart Jar Jar? If you can think of a more appropriate character for Lockhart, guys, in the Star Wars universe, you let me know. Arthur says how there should have been someone sent for Bertha long ago to avoid this sort of thing getting out. And Percy says, well, Crouch has been saying it for a while that someone should have been sent after him. And Arthur quite annoyedly says, well, it's lucky that Rita didn't find out about the Winky situation, which is actually very, very true. Arthur reckons that it would have been a week's worth of headlines all about the Winky situation, which, to be fair, probably would have been, because that would have been a very, very juicy bit of information for Rita, so it is good that that didn't get out. Hope we do see Winky back again. It's very possible that's it for Winky. We'll see. We'll see. I did enjoy her, I must admit. Percy rightly says, well, but we've all agreed that Winky isn't the one that cast the mark. And then Hermione, you know, being her, freedom fighting self in this book, like, so it's lucky that Rita doesn't know about how Crouch treats elves, which is interesting because I wonder. I get the impression that most house elves are treated like Crouch treats them. I don't know, guys, because all I can go on is the Malfoys and the Crouches. That's all I can go on, because those are the ones which I've been shown. And presumably... I'm so sorry. Presumably when we meet Creature, he's not going to be particularly nicely treated by the Blacks either, or have been treated by the Blacks, I should say. So I think that Hermione might be a bit wrong now. I think that Rita, would probably be like, well, yeah, that's just how people treat them. That's my interpretation of it. But I do love how Hermione is, like, properly standing up for a house elf. So it's not something which I saw coming in the slightest, guys. It's completely not something which I would have predicted ever. But I love it though. Percy tells Hermione how Crouch needs loyal servants, servants that are going to be doing what they're told and everything. And again, this isn't Percy. Arthur seemed a little bit annoyed with Percy and said about how well, it's lucky they find out about Winky, isn't it? That I feel like was Arthur being a little bit annoyed with Percy. Percy saying to Hermione, well, Crouch needs loyal servants. I don't feel like he's being... I don't think there's any antagonism in anything that Percy says. That's why I love him, guys. That is absolutely... That is what it's boiled down to at this point, is the fact that I truly believe that Percy 100% believes everything that he says. And he's not angry with people who disagree. He can't understand people that disagree. I love him. I think he's absolutely wonderful. Hermione corrects him and says, "What you mean slaves?" Again, I freaking love Hermione. Molly changes the subject. I think she says about how, oh, you got everything ready for school and something like that. Just to try and diffuse the situation. Because the thing is, Percy, because he can't see other people's point of view, is probably unaware of the temperature of the room heating up with the argument. And so Molly rightfully, you know, cuts it short. It's interesting that no one challenges Hermione on this point. I've got here, is it because they know it is all new to her? Because she only found out that she was a wizard relatively recently. I think it was Ron. Yeah, Ron when he said, well, they like it. I think he was talking to Hermione and everything. So he obviously challenged it. But, you know, presumably... I need more people, and I need more people that we can trust to say this stuff, guys. I need Dumbledore to say, well, no, most house elves love their job. I can't see that happening. I want Molly to say it. I want Arthur to say it. Ron saying it, you know, if it's true, that's great, guys, but we know that Ron is ignorant, and I mean that in the literal sense, not an insult. He's ignorant to house elves. He doesn't know much about them, so I need someone that we know and love and appreciate to say, house elves love it. Not love it. House elves enjoy their life in servitude. They're happy in that way. And we know that Winky is mortified when she's fired, guys. But she was not enjoying her line of work. She absolutely wasn't. And so I need more people that we trust. And, you know, imagine if Arthur said house elves enjoy their life that way, I would be more likely to accept that as fact. The fact it's Ron saying it makes it hard for me to accept as fact at this point. But again, hope we discuss it more in the comments, guys, because I thought it was a fascinating discussion last time. They go and check on their luggage. We hear about the ghoul in the attic again. Lovely to hear from him again. Pig is a mega hype. I think that, yeah, I think Harry like feeds him some like owl pellet food, like treats to try and calm him down. Molly's laid out the supplies that she got from Diagon Alley for Ron, Ron, Harry, and I think Hermione as well. I think so. Ron finds the dress robes, which again, guys, this is like something which happens much later on in the movie. I think the Goblet of Fire is already underway at that point. It must be, in fact. And so it's so interesting that we hear about it here. Molly comes in, like, you know, saying about, you know, have you got everything and everything, and Ron is furious at the idea that he has to wear this frilly dress robe and everything. And you do get the impression, well, I don't know, because Malfoy in the next chapter makes fun of him for it. And so, is it Molly's? Does Molly genuinely think that that Ron was going to be fine with it? Or was she ready for this argument? Or does she think it does look perfectly fine? She does say that Arthur has similar ones that he wears to more formal occasions, and so I think that Molly doesn't see the problem with it, and then brings up the fact that she had to get it secondhand for him. But yeah, I do get the impression that Molly also does think that it looks rather nice. Yeah, I think that parents in general will want to dress their kids, especially at this age, in a way that the kid doesn't want to be dressed. Ron says that he'd rather go Starkers before putting the dress robe on. Do you know what the word Starkers means, guys? So I don't know if the word Starkers is used outside the UK. Obviously, it means naked. It's the only thing it can mean in this circumstance. But the fact that the term is used here, I thought was absolutely wonderful. Harry's dress robe isn't as bad. It's not basically the tuxedo that he has in the movie. In the movie, it looks great. You get the impression that it's not ideal, but it's much better than Ron's one. Apparently, it's bottle green as well. I love that term, bottle green. Yeah, you confuse it with Slytherins though. Molly says that she chose it because it bring out his eyes, which is lovely. We find out that Molly got it secondhand. Harry instantly looks away from them when she says that, and he says that, I think he says that he'd be willing to split his entire fortune with the Weasleys, but they would never accept it and everything. Because they are, you know, rightfully prideful people. And so it's very hard on Harry. It actually is. And Ron, of course. And Molly. It's very hard on everyone in this situation. It really is. I do feel sorry for Ron, though. And, like, you know, he says that, that I'm not wearing it. And, like, you know, I'd rather go Stark and everything. And like, Molly, like, says, well, if you do, Harry, make sure you get a picture of it. Because I could do with a good laugh. And, like, storms out. Probably very upset. Molly is probably very upset. But then again, Ron's very upset. And again, I'm going to give Jim Dale props here as well, because Steam Rise is great as well. But it's more like, why is everything I got rubbish? Whereas Jim Dale's actually sounds quite upset, and it is upsetting to Ron. Again, I don't want to make every single funny moment in these books deadly serious, guys, but I feel really sorry for Ron. I feel really sorry for Molly, and I feel really sorry for Harry in this scene. It's hard. It's very, I think it's sad all the way around, guys. And I swear, you know what? Because we're coming to the end of the chapter, I'm going to go and check out the scene in the movie, guys. Because I swear that the reason why that the dress gown has been sent to Ron is because it is like, I think it might be his aunt or something. Because I remember making a note of it. Well, we're done with this chapter now. Lovely, lovely Burrow chapter as always, guys. Let's move on to the next chapter, which is All Aboard the Hogwarts Express, chapter 11. Now, I'm completely wrong here, guys. Ron like says something about looking and smelling like his great aunt Tessie or something like that. I think since then have always assumed that is his great aunt Tessie's dress. Whereas there's no mention of being secondhand or anything. It does seem like a rather nasty scene in the movie, actually, where basically everyone is laughing at him, like including his family as well. But yeah. But then again, Ron is much more of a comedy character in the movies, isn't he? And so, yeah. So the whole, there's no mention of it secondhand or hand-me-down or like a traditional or anything. I think that from Ron saying how he looks and smells like his great aunt Tessie, I assumed that it was his great aunt Tessie's dress, but apparently not. Apparently not. But we might get that line in the future. We'll see, guys. We shall see. So here's Max's. Oh, I didn't change the side panel. So here is Max's summary. Very Christmassy, these ones. And Jonas, thank you so much for the side panel. So, here we go. Next morning, Mr. Weasley is called into work after Mr. Diggory informs him, through the fire, that someone named Mad-Eye Moody was in trouble after something set off his booby traps. Great term, there. Moody is an ex-Dark Wizard catcher known as Auras. We will get into that, guys. And is supposed to be starting his new job today. Everyone heads off to the train except for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weatherby. I mean, it's not there, but thank you, Max, for, you know, yes, predicting the fact that I'd forget Percy's other name. The older brothers hint at the thing at Hogwarts, but they successfully get Ron to bite and ask but don't tell him. And Molly as well, incredibly. Molly's great in these two chapters. She actually is. Okay, come on, let's get this summary done. On the train, they talk about the two schools in Ryup, Drumstag and Beaubarton, and get into their normal word of war with Malfoy. Yeah, literally usual. It's almost like clockwork. It really is. Oh, imagine. Oh. So, okay, I'll finish this summary. And his crew before finally arriving at Hogwarts. Guys, someone needs to make a extra special edition of Chamber of Secrets, where when Harry and Ron can't go through to platform 9 3/4. And they like go off by car and everything. Once the train and the car are both set off, just cut to a shot of Draco looking out the window, like really sad, and like single tear running down his face because he doesn't have his scene where he comes in and says, "Huh, you're a bunch of idiots," and Crab and Goyle laughing behind him. The fact that he didn't get the chance to do that in Chamber should have been a moment where he'd look really disappointed. God, I'm an idiot. Max, thank you so much for your summary, and Jonas, thank you so much for the side panels. Now, my notes in this chapter, guys, are relatively short, which is interesting. Yeah, so I'm hoping I don't go too vague over anything. But let's get through them though. So and if I do, hopefully in the summaries in the book club afterwards, we'll go into more depth. But all aboard the Hogwarts Express. So oh no. Oh yes, okay, so my first note sounded like it was from later on, but it's not. So it's a very rainy day, we hear that, like throughout the entire British Isles, in fact, it seems. And they're all doing the final packing the day that they're heading back to Hogwarts. It does say how end of holiday, like they have end of holiday blues, but at the same time, you'd think, would Harry have end of holiday blues? I don't know. I guess it's because he's leaving the Weasleys, isn't it? But at the same time, he's going back to Hogwarts, and so yeah, I guess it does make sense actually. But it's not going to be like us though. It would be slightly more enjoyable. Actually, I don't know, dangerous, but enjoyable going to Hogwarts. They get changed on the train. Now, I actually had to look this up, guys, because I thought that wasn't the case. But in the movies, including the first movie, which is the one which I checked, they're in their civvies, and then when they get onto the train, they're in their robes, and so they do actually get changed on the train. I had no idea that was the case, guys. Very, very interesting. Makes sense. Obviously, you don't want loads of wizards and witches walking through well, yeah, King's Cross, but 9 3/4 in robes. So yes, the shoes get changed on the train. Do they do that in the movies? Yes, they do. When they wake up, there's that like an emergency, and Arthur rushes down to speak to Amos, who, like Max says, his head is on. It's basically on the fireplace because there's like an egg in the fire, sort of thing. Very Game of Thrones-ish. Obviously, very different from what we see in the movie, where Sirius's face is sort of like melded with the coal and everything. I'm wondering if that was a decision to make. I feel like it would have been. It would have made. We'll see. I don't even know if that scene's going to happen. But the scene in the movie where Sirius his face is like made out of the embers and everything of the fire makes him seem further away, whereas Amos is straight up here. In fact, he even eats something that Molly gives him. In fact, and so Amos's head is there. At no point in the movie where Sirius is talking with the famous three, did I think Sirius is actually there. And so maybe it was a decision in the movie. I mean, one, it looks cool, but two, well, hot. But two, it also keeps up that whole feeling of them being separated. You know, I feel like that may have been the reason for it. And, you know, I feel like both are good. But in the book, Amos's head is actually on the fire. That's in the fire! Sorry. Right. That's what Amos should have said. We hear Mad-A Moody having an intruder. And that the Muggles, the Muggle neighbours heard it all. And so there's like a panic to go and fix all that. More blooming memory wiping. Lots going on in this book so far. Mad-Eye's dustbins apparently started attacking by firing rubbish everywhere, which is a heck of a defense. Apparently one of the policemen saw it when he arrived. Amos is referring to the police as policemen. It's interesting that Arthur doesn't correct him. I guess, one, it's not important because the most important thing is getting Mad-Eye off at this point. It's clear that Arthur and Amos, you know, really respect and care about Mad-Eye. And apparently, you get the impression that Mad-Eye is kind of his own worst enemy. And so they're having to protect him from himself as well. Especially with this dustbin shenanigans. Although it would explain that one meme. Well, it's not a meme, it's a funny video. Yeah, I should just say that it's great that Amos is calling them policemen. But have you seen the video, guys, of like a dustbin van going along, and like a guy going off to go and get one of the wheelie bins outside the house, and then the wheelie bin stands up and runs away, and the dustbin man is like really freaked out by it. It's really funny. It's a good video. It's a good video. I would have been too scared to do it though. Just in case if I fell asleep or something. Oh, no. Anyway, yes, let's not think about that. But yes, policeman is amazing. Amos desperate to keep Mad Eye from getting in any trouble. Mentions his track record of getting into trouble with the Ministry, which obviously he worked for. Arthur goes to leave. Amos apologizes to Molly about you know calling so early about this and says how it's very important and everything, and Molly's like, oh, it's fine. Mad Eye says it's bad that this is happening on the day that that Mad Eye is starting his new job. Probably shouldn't be his first day if he's going to be a teacher. I presume he's going to be a professor at Hogwarts because of the movie, but then again, I don't know, guys. But if he is going to be a professor at Hogwarts, this probably shouldn't be his first day. He probably should have been there like the last few weeks, in fact. Getting his prep ready. Molly finds Amos... Molly feeds Amos a piece of toast with some like tongs and everything, which is amazing. Amos goes... which is thank you. And so I got here, so his head is actually there. Unless... I guess it may not be. I mean, it could be in the same way that people speak with paintings. The person isn't actually there. Right? Oh, God! I think that's right. Well, it's definitely the case with photographs. So yeah, no, photographs. So it could just be Molly being light-hearted. No, Amos's head is there, isn't it? I think it must be. Which is a great image, being fed toast through a fire. With a couple of fire tongs. Not made of coal like Sirius in the movies. Yes, we shall see if that scene happens. Because presumably Sirius is going to get in contact with Harry at some point, I presume. So Molly's going to be taking the kids to King Cross instead of Arthur. Arthur does... I was worried that he wouldn't, but Arthur does get a moment to say goodbye to everyone, which is very nice, because it's going to be months till he sees them again. George refers to Mad Eye as that nutter. He's not saying, oh, do you mean that nutter? I mean, the fact is, it's called Mad Eye. Well, that's because of his eye. Molly says how Arthur actually thinks very, very highly of him, and Fred... Fred... Yeah, so Molly says how highly Arthur thinks of Mad Eye. And Fred, I don't know if he says it quietly, so Molly doesn't hear, but he says, yeah, well, Dad collects plugs, which is quite a diss. That's the first time that we've heard a Weasley mocking Arthur's hobby, right? I can't think of Ron doing it, and quite frankly, out of everyone, you'd expect it from Ron, because he has this insecurity with his family, which I love about him, guys. It's such a fascinating part of his character. Yeah. I guess it's that I just didn't expect it from Fred and John. John? Who the hell's John? Fred and John? Fred and George. New Weasley twin, guys. Is there a John and Harry Potter? Hang on. Harry Potter. John. With a H. Johnny Depp. John Dwellish. I'm going to close that down straight away. But apparently there's a John. Right, so, yeah, I don't know why. I just don't... Yeah, it seems unusual that Fred or George would kind of mock Arthur. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Let me know what you think about that. I wouldn't even put Percy down to doing that. But yeah, that line was it's like kind of surprising, you know. But I think it's just Fred making a joke, to be fair. It's a heck of a diss, though. Bill says how Mad-Eye was a great wizard in his time. Charlie says how he was good friends with Dumbledore, which makes me wonder how old Mad-Eye is. I mean, if I was to go on those two bits of dialogue, I would suggest that he's possibly near to the age of Dumbledore. I certainly didn't assume that in the movies. In fact, I assumed he was the same generation. I did. Oh man, that's crazy. I thought he was the same generation as, well, the Potters, I guess, is the best way of putting it. Which now I think about it, it really isn't. Well, no. Yeah, I've always assumed that he is. I guess I need to have a look at that lovely picture, don't I? Of them all hanging out. But yeah, obviously, I think that I've always misaged Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye is now retired. Charlie met him once when he was an Auror. I've got down here, presumably when Charlie was still a kid, because he says that when his father, but Arthur took Charlie to the Ministry once. I presume that was when Charlie was still a kid, and so he met Mad-Eye when Mad-Eye was still an Auror. I'm glad that that Max wrote down Auror in the description, by the way, because I was spelling it completely wrong. Is this one we're going to talk about Aurors? Yes, it is. Now, I've always assumed, guys, that Aurors were wizard police. So it sounds like they're a lot more specific. I guess they're a lot more akin to detectives. Which I guess makes sense, because the lovely Tina from Fantastic Beasts. Yeah. Oh, Tina. It is insane how the role that she bags at the end of the trilogy. It really is. I'd love there to be a Fantastic Beasts movie where it's just, well, not just, but we're focused on Newt, Tina, Queenie, and Jacob. Because I really enjoyed the third one, guys, but whilst editing, it suddenly dawned on me, what's Newt's role in that movie? He really does not do much, like, at all. If you described what Newt's actual role in the movie was, it was say something to someone and then save someone, and that's it. But I guess they thought, well, Dumbledore's an established character, let's focus a lot more on him, but, am I going to say this? Am I going to say this? Oh, am I going to say this, guys? Ha ha ha! I'm going to say it! And some people aren't going to like it. I prefer Newt Scamander as a character than Dumbledore. Oh, man! Man! And because that's the thing, guys, because I know that Dumbledore is absolutely beloved as a character. I think I just do, guys. Maybe it is the fact that the actor decided to play it autistic. But I just find him so freaking endearing. I really do. I don't know if I can say that I like him more than Dumbledore, because Dumbledore's so established, but I think I do, guys. I think I do. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. No offense to Dumbledore fans, because I love Dumbledore as well. So, but Newt really was like a very specific sort of like, he's my character, you know, sort of thing. And didn't hurt that he's Hufflepuff as well, you know. Anyway, come on, let's move on. So yeah, I've always assumed that that Aurors were essentially Wizard World policemen. Just made a little funny joke in my notes there. But yeah, but apparently they are. I mean, they are people that go after dark wizards. That is their singular job. And so, if there's a wizard fight in the local tavern or something, presumably Aurors wouldn't get involved unless there was any evidence that one of them was a dark wizard. And a dark wizard has to be someone who... A dark wizard has to be someone with a track record, surely. You don't suddenly become a dark wizard just because you break a law, surely. Because if that was the case, then Harry's already a dark wizard. Many times. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that their job was a lot more wider reaching than that. But no, that there's a very specific role that they got. We hear about how half the cells in Azkaban are full because of Mad-Eye, and so he was blooming prolific, and as a consequence made a lot of enemies from people and their families. And because of that, has become very paranoid, which makes a lot of sense. You'd think that in his retirement they'd give him some sort of security, though, if he was this very renowned person. You know, because you get the impression that the bins that went off were his own creation. But if he is this marked man, kind of marked man, you'd think that, you'd hope that he'd give him some sort of protection, or at least give him somewhere to live in a secure place. I don't know. But, you know, we know what politics is like in this world. Bill and Charlie come to see off the kids to Hogwarts. Percy apologizes and says that he really has to get to work. Which is fair enough. It's fair enough, guys. Oh, that'll be some bit. Says how Crouch... Oh, that's right. He says how Crouch is relying... Oh, that's right. He says how Crouch is really relying on him at the moment because of all the chaos that's going on. And George says that maybe someday... It actually says that George says very seriously, maybe someday soon he'll learn your name. Just a great line. That is a great line. I can't even front that as a fantastic line by George. Molly has ordered 3 Muggle taxis it says that she braved the Muggle phone in the village. You'd think that Hermione and Harry probably helped her out with it. I mean, they could have made the call, to be fair. Pig is going nuts in one of the cages as the taxi drivers are filling the trunks and everything. Fred's trunk accidentally fires out some fireworks as some of them are putting it away, and apparently Crookshanks goes nuts and starts clawing at one of the driver's legs. These poor drivers, I hope they got... We didn't hear about them getting a good tip at the end of it, but I presume they did. I presume that Molly had I keep saying human, Muggle money. Because the thing is, Arthur struggled with the Muggle money, didn't he? Back at the World Cup. So, yeah, you presume that Hermione and Harry helped him out with all that. But these poor taxi drivers, seriously, they're getting wrecked. At the station, Charlie says he will be seeing them sooner than they think. That is an awesome tease, guys, especially as I know what's coming up, but didn't realise that Charlie was going to be involved. I mean, it completely makes sense that Charlie is involved. It's a real shame that he wasn't in the movie, but then again, you know, I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot going on in this book, but that's cool. Because I know kind of what's going to happen, that's actually a really nice connection. Yes, I really appreciate that. Bill says he may get some time off to watch a bit of it, which is very interesting. So it does mean that it is a spectator event, guys, and you'd think that a lot. I mean, considering what the World Cup did, I mean, the Goblet of Fire, if that is what they're talking about, which I presume is what they're talking about, would get big crowds, you'd think, bigger than in the movies we get. Well, I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. So spectators are allowed at it. It makes sense that Amos is there, obviously, because his son is part of it. Molly says that she would love to have Harry and Hermione for Christmas this year, but they will probably want to stay at Hogwarts with everything going on. So even Molly's teasing it out, guys. This is amazing. This is Molly, Bill, and Charlie basically taking the bobbins out of Hermione, Harry, and Ron. It's like saying, we know something you know. It's amazing. But, you know, they're also bigging out because they know they're going to be really excited about it. Although Ron's getting annoyed quite regularly. I hope they have a chance. I hope they have changed the rules. It is a... oh, I've got down here. It's a miracle they managed to keep it secret. But I guess that now they're on the train, it's sort of like they can kind of like start gushing. Because Blum and Draco knows all about it already. And so they are like really laying on thick, like, we know something that you don't. The rule change, I presume, is something to do with death. I presume so, with Molly. And yeah, and so they head off, and like Ron's absolutely furious about the fact that he doesn't know what the heck his family was just talking about, the fact that they've known for so long about it. Ron uses the dress robe to cover over Pigwidgeon's cage. It's amazing. Draco's in the next compartment, of course. Lucius apparently considered sending him to Drumstrike. This is what Draco's saying. I think it's probably true. I guess it may not be 100% true, because you'd imagine a lot of stuff that Draco says to Crab and Goyle is complete and utter lies. Let's put it politely. Apparently, his mother didn't want him to go that far, which is interesting. Because when it comes to location or Drumstrag, I mean, we'll get into it, guys, but this is something which I really did not expect would be the case at all. Drumstrag doesn't accept half-wizards. Very interesting. Now, I've got down here, is there another Bulgarian school that does? But we don't know if it's a Bulgarian school, because apparently it doesn't associate itself with any one place. And so, but apparently Hogwarts doesn't associate itself with the UK, but it must do, because Fudge is involved there. Now that's interesting. So is the fact that Fudge is involved in Hogwarts kept hush-hush as well? Because apparently the locations of these schools are kept secret because they don't want people to steal secrets from the schools and from the teaching, I guess, as well. I didn't see it being this whole secret thing at all, guys. And presumably there are less secret schools out there. But if Drumstrag is situationed in Bulgaria, does that mean that half-wizards just carry on as normal and never learn anything magical with the addendum of never tell anyone of your abilities ever? That's quite dangerous, isn't it? And then your kid grow up with magical abilities not knowing how to control them. Yeah, it's interesting, but, you know, again, we don't know if it is Bulgaria, because it has no specific place. Like, Hermione says that she thinks it's probably somewhere cold because of their uniforms. You know, very, very smart there, but yeah. And also, is Bulgaria a cold country? I'm sorry, guys, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I don't know how... So maybe Drumstrag just isn't the Bulgarian school. I think I've always assumed that it was, but maybe it's a multinational school. Yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like I'm saying a lot of stupid things here, guys, as per usual. But this chapter kind of twisted my melon. It certainly made me realise that I see schools in the Wizarding world from a completely different standpoint than is real. And so it was absolutely fascinating. Hermione is basically a fountain of knowledge, as always, but in this particular chapter she really is she's filling Harry and Ron in at the same time as the readers. It could be a Bulgarian school, I don't know, guys, but I've always assumed it was because of Victor Krum. Can you do this? Apparently a lot of people can't do that. If I ever post these as podcasts in the future, guys, I just rolled my tongue. Right. So I do put down here that if it does have a specific nation that it is tied to, much like Hogwarts is with the ministry, the British ministry, then that is a lot of students that they're not accepting. Like half wizards, that's like... I think in my headcanon, I've always assumed that at least half of the students at Hogwarts are at least half wizards. But that's probably wrong, isn't it? Because Slytherin are very snobbish about it, but... yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. This was a fascinating chapter, learning about the schools and... you know, everything like that. I'm looking forward to the book club regarding this chapter. They actually teach dark arts to their students at Drumstrag. That's a new one on me. I'm pretty sure that's not stated in the movies. If it is, I apologise. I'm interested in the rationale behind that. I get the feeling that we're meant to assume it's because they're wrong-uns, but it could be the fact of they're teaching them to understand why it's bad and how, you know what? I guess it's much like the Dumbledore's, what were they called? Order. The Order of the Phoenix. They're not using dark arts, are they? But, you know, they're using practical things to learn to defend themselves. And so, I think you could argue that teaching students the dark arts is a useful way in even better understanding how to counter them. Yeah, I think that is an argument. I'm not sure if that is the case, and I get the impression that we're hearing this because we're meant to think, oh, they could be a bit bad. Drumstrag and Bobarton both technically don't have home countries. That blows my mind, guys. That's fascinating to me. It's because I've always thought Bobarton is France, Drumstrag is Bulgaria, and quite frankly, Hogwarts is Scotland. Ron doesn't know that Hogwarts is hidden. Hermione explains it is bitter. Which, yeah, even Ron didn't realise that Muggles can't see a Hogwarts when they go past it. They see a ruin of, presumably, of Hogwarts. They see a ruin with a sign outside saying do not enter unsafe. Which you imagine would deter all Muggles. But then you could also have other bewitching things on it to make people, you know, remember that they need to be somewhere else, much like the World Cup. In fact, Hermione says it's much like the World Cup. Very interesting. Very interesting. So that, presumably, at the end of Fantastic Beasts 2 is what Jacobs is seeing. Because you do see, like, in the background, it's just like looking around and everything. He's not really focused, actually, on what's going on in front. He doesn't even focus on Dumbledore, in fact. But yeah, very interesting. Muggles see a ruin, yes, absolutely. Wizards actively try to stop foreign wizards from knowing where their schools are. This is something which I did not expect at all, guys. And obviously, when it comes to the Goblet of Fire, that's an interesting thing to have set at school if the secrecy is that important. But that's fascinating to me. That really, really is. And how you can't, you know, the layout of everything, it can't be found on any map. This is some fascinating information that we're getting from Hermione right here, guys. It really is. And something which, this is fundamental to the Wizarding world. This is like absolutely high level stuff. It's absolutely fascinating to hear about. So, Hermione believes that Drumstrag is somewhere far north because of the uniforms. Oh my goodness, yes. Come down here. Ron fantasizes of murdering Draco by pushing him off a glacier. Because he heard that Draco was nearly sent there. And so Ron's saying, oh, imagine pushing Draco off a glacier up there. And he says, shame his mother likes him. Again, rent-free, guys, rent-free. But I mean, it's the first time that we've actually heard Ron say that he wants to murder Draco. Obviously, he's joking. Obviously, he's joking. But in the past, he's like saying, oh, imagine Draco get into trouble for this and everything. But this is cold, merciless murder that Ron is talking about here. Maybe he has mentioned it before, but it definitely stood out as being a step up from what Ron has said in the past. Shame his mother likes him. Unbelievable. Seamus, Dean, and Neville pop their heads in to say hello. Seamus still has the rosette, which is slowly... It's still cheering the names, but it's like starting to get very, very tired and quiet and everything. I guess akin to something running out of batteries. I remember, I've not seen Finding Nemo. But there is a blue fish in it, isn't there? Who I believe is played by Ellen DeGeneres. And like I said, I hadn't seen it. I don't know what the character's name is and everything. But I remember getting a McDonald's Happy Meal one time. And I got like a toy of that fish. And you meant to press a button and it's meant to say something. I have literally no idea what it's meant to say. But since the day that I got it, it sounded the battery was clearly very, very low the day that I got it. And whenever you press it, it would just like go... like... Sorry guys, I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, it's just a lot, very, very long song. So that's what I always associate that character with, even though I haven't seen Finding Nemo. Yeah, Finding Nemo. So yes, that's what I thought of when I heard about Seamus's Iron and Rosette. Good for him still wearing it though. Hermione actually, it's only been a week to be fair. Hermione actually doesn't enjoy the Quidditch talk. So everyone's talking. Dean, Neville, Seamus, Harry and Ron are all talking about Quidditch. Hermione's not interested in it, which is very interesting, guys. It feels like it's being written as a stereotype of boys talking about Quidditch and all that sort of thing, you know. But in this world, we know that Quidditch players on the official team are female and male, and so a lot of girls must be really into Quidditch and talking about their favourite players and like talking about the World Cup and everything. But I guess it's just because Hermione's a lot more interested in her books, which she's only just got from Molly. That's not true. She's had them for a week. I think. But yeah, it's this Hermione being kind of sort of like, you know, not dismissive, but not being as into Quidditch as everyone else. It's actually surprising to me. It actually is. Also, I don't think Ginny's in their carriage, is she? No, I don't think I don't think Ginny's in their carriage. It's Draco and with Crab and Goyle shows up right on schedule. Again, guys, I would love to see that chamber scene where he just looks really sad that he wasn't able to have a go at Ron and Harry. Or maybe just be a scene of him getting on with Hermione really, really well. That'd be amazing. Because in RL, they were great friends, weren't they? I don't know if they're best friends, but they were very good friends. Emma Watson and him. He's great, guys. He's a funny chap, isn't he? I've been sent a few videos of him, but he seems like a funny chap. Does he still act? That's a good question. I don't think I've seen him in anything. Actor. I always call him Draco. Everyone else calls him Malfoy. Tom Felton. See, second picture, him and Emma Watson. Let's have a look at his IMDb real quick. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Maybe I have seen him as an adult. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I ain't seen it. Planet of the Apes. That must have been during. That must have been during the Harry Potter movies. No, I'm not saying anything that. Oh, he's in the Flash apparently. Oh, that's interesting. He's in the Flash. The TV series apparently. I ain't seen it. Sheep and Wolves. Interesting. Yeah, nothing that I've seen him in. Labyrinth. I'm guessing that's not. No, it's not based on the movie. Wow, he was in a bunch of stuff before Harry Potter as well. The Borrowers. He was in The Borrowers 4 years before he was in Harry Potter, guys. Bloomin' Nora. Bugs. Wow. How very interesting. So yeah, I don't think I've seen anything, but I just saw a picture of him playing an adult in something, and he looked blooming familiar, guys. What is this? He looks like a vampire in this. He's in something called A Babysitter's Guide to Monster Hunting. Okay, that sounds amazing. He looks great in that, guys. Look up that picture if you get the chance. Either way. So yeah, it'd be great if, because Ron and Harry weren't able to get on the train to Hogwarts, just him and Hermione having a lovely chat. Kind of unlikely to happen. Anyway, let's get on with this. So yes, Draco, to schedule, turns up to have a go at Harry, Ron and Hermione. Notices the robe, which is covering over Pig's cage straight away. At first I thought Eli says, "What's that?" And I thought he was talking about Pig, but no, he's talking about the blooming robe. And Ron instantly goes to hide it, but Draco grabs it off him. And yeah, obviously goes on to have a mock him even more. Draco knows all about the cup, and no doubt from his father and everything. says that oh, that's right. He's like saying it like if you enter it, and again he's teasing that he knows and everyone else doesn't. If you enter it, then there is a cash prize, which I don't think is mentioned in the movie. I don't think. Not that it's much use to Harry. And so Ron could buy a proper you know, dress robe. I presume they're all called dress robes. And so I presume that he learned from his father. Oh, no, in fact, we do learn that is from his father. Very interesting. There's a cash prize. I don't remember that being a thing. It may have been a thing in the movie though. Draco's known for a while. Says Arthur probably isn't senior enough to know about it. We know that Arthur knew about it. I'm sure we knew that Arthur. I mean, the thing is, Bill, Charlie, and Molly know about it as well. So, and Percy, obviously. Well, obviously Percy would. And so, yeah, Arthur did know. It was just Draco being a moron. Draco leaves. Ron slams the door shut behind him and shatters the glass on it. Hermione has to do the Reparo trick again, which is amazing. And my final note for this scene, guys. No pumpkin pasty. I'm talking about the moment, not the character. I was kind of looking forward to it. I was actually looking forward to To-chan ordering a pumpkin pasty. And once for her friends as well. That's out the window. Not the window that Ron just smashed. Yeah, I was a bit sad. Oh, I was actually a bit sad when we didn't get the pumpkin pasty scene, guys, because I'm an absolute clown. Hagrid's at the station, so they arrive at the station. As always, he's taking the first years across the lake, which is such a cool thing, guys. Hermione says to him that, you know, she wouldn't want to go across in this weather because the weather is essentially just water now, guys. It's not even rain; it's just water. It's akin to like buckets just being poured onto them over and over again. And you know, it was raining in the borough. It was raining at King's Cross. I don't know if this is story related. I don't know if it's something that has to happen before the Goblet of Fire, like the land needs to be cleansed or something, but this seems like an apocalyptic storm that's happening right now. As these poor first years, we'll see how many survive the boat ride. All of them, of course. But yes, even Hermione says, I want to go across in this weather. And we know, you know, Hagrid is always all about safety as well, isn't he? God. They're all fine. Yes, it's very heavy rain all across England and Scotland, apparently, if Hogwarts is in Scotland, which this chapter is blowing my mind, guys. And I'm sure that a lot of the comments on this video are going to be correcting me, but this is an angle of the Wizarding World, which is completely new to me, guys. I didn't realise this was the case at all. If it came up in the movies, I apologise, because I really didn't expect it to be the case, but... And it does make question of why is the Goblet of Fire not done during the summer away from school? Much like the World Cup. Sell more tickets then as well. Anyway, guys, excellent chapters. But like I say, a weirdly short list of points for the second chapter. But let's go into your points in the Harry Potter Book Club. Okie dokie, guys, and so here is the Harry Potter Book Club. Like I say, you could be a part of this if you want to back the Patreon for as little as you want. Patreon has had a lot of changes recently, and so it appears to be in dark mode. I can probably find out a way of changing it. I don't know how many of you read the comments on screen. It's obviously very small. But if it's a problem now that it's in dark mode, I can revert it back. But Patreon's been changing a lot recently, guys. In fact, they actually forced me to actually have tiers, and so the cheapest tier is still for everything. You could pay like the cheapest tier to get access to everything that's on there. But before, it was the case that I literally didn't have tiers. They basically forced me to have tiers, and so the lowest tier that it could possibly be set at is the one which you get everything. And I say on it, this has everything on it. All the higher tiers, which again I was forced to make, say you don't need to do this. Thank you if you do, but you know, everything is available on the cheapest one. So yeah, Patreon's been changing a lot recently, mostly in bad ways. And so let me know what you think about the dark mode when it comes to these videos. But again, I'm not sure how many of you actually read alongside it. I was just scanning the comments, guys, and they do tend to be shorter, which is greatly appreciated, guys. The shorter comments do help me out, and it means I can focus more on them as well. But I think it's these chapters, guys. I think these chapters are ones where people may not have that much to say on them. But we shall see. Happy birthday to Howard, by the way. I just saw Howard's comment there. Apparently their birthday's coming up. But we'll get to that comment in a moment. But either way, guys, Harry Potter Book Club. And so if you want to be a part of it, please do go and check out the right. So, I saw a Harry Potter puzzle yesterday, guys. And it said Ravenburger on it. And I was thinking, is that something to do with Ravenclaw or something? I've never heard of Ravenburger or anything. I then went to, and that was in a charity shop. I then went to another charity shop and there was another puzzle for something else, and that was also called Ravenburg. So I discovered the puzzle brand Ravenburg yesterday. Josh, first comment of the book club. Thank you so much. Hi, Veggie. Oh, hi. It doesn't matter, Veggie. Wonderful, excellent. 11 or so chapters before we get to go back to Hogwarts. First mention of Mad Eye and Rita Skeeter too. Is this the first mention of Rita Skeeter? Because part of me almost thinks like I heard her name in Azkaban, but maybe not. Yeah, I think this probably is the first time. She gets mentioned a lot in this chapter because it's the first time. I think that the comedy in the books is so underrated, and the movies tried to be funny but largely fall flat in this aspect. There are definitely funny bits in the movies, but I do agree with you. Let's continue a comment. Then there are small but meaningful character moments, particularly with Hermione and Molly in these chapters. Molly, despite her impatience with the twins, loves them and does in fact find them humorous. I'm glad you pointed out the fact she laughed as well. I think that she just wishes their pursuits were a little less chaotic. Yeah, Josh, I think that we've discussed it a few times before. I think that she wants security for them. And people going into self-employment, especially straight out of school, is kind of like, wow, that's a dangerous step, you know. So she wants securement for her kids, and you know, who can criticize her for that? She may not have worded it in the best way, but that's how I interpret it. I mean, it's so interesting that Hermione attempts to smooth both Molly, making very strong tea. Oh, soothe, sorry. Molly, making very strong tea. Very good point. And more importantly, Ron trying to calm his irritation of being poor and getting made fun of it by Malfoy. It's true. These are two things which I did not mention in my notes without even thinking about it. No, it's true. No, she is a good mediator, guys. She really is. In fact, I think even when she was called Mudblood, she was even trying to mediate in that situation, and that's when everyone kicked off, apart from her, because she didn't know what the heck it meant. So yeah, she is good at this. And yes, you're right, she did make Molly some very, very strong tea. Arthur did insist on putting some fire whiskey into it. Fire whiskey, sounds quite nice. I don't mind whiskey, guys, I don't mind whiskey. It's one of those things where it's... I like espresso and I like fire whiskey. And I like whiskey, I am fire whiskey. Yeah, I do like a bit of whiskey. Blah, blah, blah. Acquired taste. I think that's definitely the best way of putting it. Despite the similarities between her and Percy, Hermione is much less self-centered and is actually quite aware of the mood of people around her. I agree with the second part of that sentence. Is Percy self-centered? I personally don't interpret it as being self-centered. Even if it is subconsciously him thinking to get higher on the ladder, I need to think this. I think self-centered might be not what I think. Because I do believe that he 100% believes in what he's thinking. But he's thinking that for self-centered. That's interesting, Josh. But I completely agree with you about quite aware of the mood of people around her. Percy definitely isn't. No, I completely agree with that. It's her over-reliance on logic that is sometimes flawed, that gets her into trouble most of the time because it can so often overpower her willingness to care for those people, for other people's feelings. Well, I feel, you know what, Josh? I think that you could play around with that sentence there and say it for Percy. It's her over-reliance on logic. Let's change that word to law and order. That is sometimes flawed to get him into trouble most of the times because he can so often overpower his willingness to care for other people's feelings. Yeah, I think if you change that word to law and order, I feel like that's actually a good summarization for Percy. I think it is, guys. I think it is. But then again, I'm a Percy fanboy. Great comment, Josh. Great bridge chapters. Very well described as well. Thank you very much for making a comment. Ishi! Hi, Veggie! Hope you're well. The scene where Molly is waiting for her family to come back is so sweet. It is. I love how she hugs Fred and George. Yeah, I really love the fact that that paid off. Because that was a big talking point in the previous comments, guys. And so I'm so glad that paid off. You know, her treatment of Fred and George when they came back from the Dursleys. We get introduced to Rita Skeeter. So this is the first time. And see how Percy blames Mr. Weasley. Yeah, I hate that he did that. What are your thoughts on Percy as of now? I still like him, Ishi. I'm not agreeing with him. But I really do like him. And I don't think Percy sees it as him blaming Mr. Weasley. I feel like he sees it as... Because, quite frankly, Arthur did say it's also his fault. I mean that Percy just sees it as a bona fide fact. I don't think that he loves his father any less than any other Weasley. I really don't, guys. That's a good question, does he? I don't think he does. I don't think he loves his father less than anyone else in the Weasley family. That could be me, you know, playing... You know, footballification. You know, the fact that I like Percy and that I just want to like that I want to defend everything that he says. You know, we all do that, guys. I've gone into it before. Sorry to the Saints fan who's a part of these book clubs. About, you know, how there was a very famous moment where the Rams kind of should have lost the match, but when I was watching the game, I couldn't see it because my brain was biased. The Rams nearly did. Oh no. Saints fan, I am so sorry. I should have brought this up today. I should have brought that up today. Rams beat the Saints last night, guys. And we're both in the playoff bubble as well. Oh, it's an important game. Important game. So sorry. I am so sorry for bringing it up. Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to go to the playoffs, guys. It looks like we probably are. We've got 2 games left. I think if we can win either of them, we're through. I feel like that's it now. I feel like that's it. Either way, enough about that. Yeah, let me know what you think, guys. Am I being unfairly biased in my defense of Percy? Because I feel like I need to be told that if I am. And I'll say this, guys. Everyone is biased. You know, the sort of people who say, you know, accuse other people of being biased, they're absolutely biased as well. Everyone is biased. It's something that we all need to work through, you know. But yeah, let me know, guys. Let me know if you think I am being unfairly, you know, favourable to Percy. Gavnob, greetings. It doesn't matter, Veggie. Chapter 10. See, Miss Weasley knows. She's talking about Ginny. Mrs. Weasley knows her words before Fred and George left were rash, and she made sure they know it as well. This is a thing in most relationships. That is why some people have the rule: never go to bed or leave mad. Yes, it's true. Yeah. Never leave on an argument, I think people say, or something like that. Yeah, that's very true. And I'm not a parent, guys. I would imagine there are times where you think, this is going to suck doing this, but I had to make it very clear to my child that what they did is wrong, so they never do it again. And so, you know, I don't think any parent enjoys, you know, let's reword that. No good parent is, no good parent enjoys reprimanding their kids. I shouldn't have worded it like that, guys. I apologize. But yeah, any good parent, I can't imagine enjoys reprimanding their kids. If you ask me, Percy and Hermione both have the wrong idea when it comes to the Winky situation. I think that's fair, Gaffnob. I think like there probably is an in-between. I think that I'm definitely on Hermione's side of that spectrum, but I feel like there probably is a place in between where I'd sit more keenly, comfortably. Hermione should not expect any wizard to care how Winky is treated. Definitely not newsworthy based on last chapter. That's true, because she says about, she says how if Rita found out about how badly Crouch treated House Elves, I did say earlier on, Rita would probably be like, yeah, welcome to the party. Percy expecting or giving unswervingly obedience to anyone is inappropriate. I think Percy puts Winky and himself on the same level. Servants of Mr. Crouch. Do you reckon he was not jealous? That's a ridiculous term. Yeah. He probably did see himself as another employee, sorry, compared to Winky. Wow, that's fascinating, Gaffnob. I like it. That's got legs, and it knows how to use them. Chapter 11. More corruption at the Ministry. Getting someone off for a minor charge. It's true. It's true, guys. You still be charged in the more serious offense. All Mr. Weasley should be able to do is add charges. I mean, you're not wrong, Gaffnob. It does feel like a cover-up, doesn't it? I mean, it is a cover-up, let's face it. But you get the feeling that cover-ups are incredibly prolific in the Ministry. Good and bad, let's face it. I mean, we had the car in Chamber after all. Is Mad-Eye paranoid? It sounds like there are a lot of people out to get him. Do they need to wipe... Oh, yeah. That's what certainly the Weasley kids' interpretation of him is, that he is paranoid because he's put half of Azkaban is down to him. Does anyone ever get out of Azkaban? Is it always a life sentence? Well, no, obviously Hagrid got out. Is anyone sent to Azkaban for a year? No, that can't be right because of the Dementors. That cannot be right. How interesting. So it's just the families then, or escaped convicts, or people who've been pardoned, not pardoned, or were found innocent. Imagine if Hagrid went after Mad-Eye. That would make any sense, Patrick. Right. Do they need to wipe the taxi driver's memory now? They witness magic fireworks. If yes, memory wiping is an all the time thing. No big deal in Wizard's opinion. I'm glad you said the Wizard's opinion, guys, because that's their opinion, and these guys don't know much about Muggle psychology and how their brain works and everything. So I'm glad you worded it like that. I think the fireworks appeared like fireworks, didn't they? They didn't like turn into a dragon or anything like on. Well, I think their friend George actually did that, didn't they? I was going to say like on Lord of the Rings. I do think they. The fact that they had the chest, no. Crookshanks attacking them, no. The bird cages, maybe. Either way, going on what we heard Arthur say in the first chapter today, it would be a minor one and it wouldn't affect them that much. But it does seem like an ongoing thing. As we discussed, guys, it must be 99.9% that this spell is used on Muggles rather than wizards. Yeah. Ron's dress robes are fashionable, even Draco thinks so. Dressing in Victorian era 1890s clothes for a ball is a thing. I doubt it is a Ron thing, but some people would do it as a statement. It's true, Gaff Knob. But out of all the characters that we've met in the Wizarding world, I feel like Ron would be the one who would absolutely not want that attention. Who would absolutely want it? I could see Luna. No, I'm trying to think of male. We don't really have any eccentric students, like male students at Hogwarts, do we? I'm being stupid, aren't I? I could kind of see book Fred and George. Not movie Fred and George, weirdly. Yeah. No, I see what you mean, Gaffnob, absolutely. But Ron being the only one dressed like that absolutely would... Yeah. At that age, I think that's very few. And you're right, there would definitely be some at that age who would absolutely be all up for that, but not Ron. Not Ron. Great comment, Gaffnob. Jake! It doesn't matter. I love the fact you're making this in the book club. I didn't expect it to be in the following book club. Chapter 10. And we're already hearing things about Rita Skeeter. In the movie, she turns up out of the blue to interview Harry before the tournament. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is the first time we hear... Is it the first time we hear about her? Yeah, they don't mention it on the train when Hermione's reading the paper. What do you think the twins are up to, Veggie? Oh, I'd imagine that they're ordering more stuff. That's it. That's what I assumed. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all I assumed from that. Chapter 11. If the improper use of magic lot gets their hands on Mad-Eye, he's had it. Think of his record. I wonder what sort of things are on his record. It's true. Well, maybe it's stuff that's happened since he stopped being an aura. Since he retired, I should say. Or it could be stuff that happened during when he's an aura. But, you know, depending on how paranoid he is, maybe this sort of thing is a regular occurrence. Merry Christmas again. I wish I'd been able to get that denim gift to you. Oh, that's right, Jake. Yeah, Jake tried sending me something, but they weren't able to deliver to the PO box, unfortunately. And so they just cancelled the whole thing. But as in, denim cancelled the whole thing. But their delivery shenanigans immediately followed by a forced move of home, and then a family bereavement. Oh my goodness, Jake, I'm sorry. In December, left me unable to get you anything. Oh, Jake, I'm hoping you know, I hope you're dealing with everything okay. I hope your family is as well. But I have really appreciated your content last year. Thank you, Jake. I always appreciate your comments as well. Plus, your advice on dogs and Final Fantasy VII. Hope you and Woozle have a lovely festive period and look forward to 2024. Thank you, Jake. I hope you have a wonderful time as well. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Jake. And if I can help, not help, if I can be a distraction in any way, you know, then that means more to me than I could ever tell you. And so, thank you, Jake. And I hope things are going as well as they can. Thank you so much for the comment as well. And also, Denham just completely giving up. I assumed that Denham would just basically leave it at the PO box station or take it to a depot. Or take it to the local store. No, they just completely cancelled the whole thing. Bizarre. I'm not here to have a go at Denham, guys. Denham is like a, I don't know, what would you call it, Jake? A department store? I don't think you really had department store anymore. It was a department store where I really know Timothy Spall, aka Peter Pettigrew. Either way, that was a proper department store as well, now defunct. that shop was there for like over 100 years as well, guys. Either way, Jake, thank you so much for your comments. It means a lot, thank you. Sandra, hi Veggie. When Hermione makes Molly a cup of tea to calm down, I wonder if this is meant to be a throwback to Prisoner of Azkaban. Pardon me, didn't mean to burp over your comment. Ron asked Hagrid if he wanted tea because that's what my mum does. Maybe Hermione remembered. Sandra, that is inspired. That is an inspired callback. I think you're right. That's excellent. Well done. Why are they taking taxis from Devon to London? It takes about 5 hours. From Devon? It probably would. Cornwall would be more, but Devon is on the... So, you know the tail at the end of the British Isles, guys? Over to the left, west, also known as. The bulk of that, leg is Cornwall. Then you have a bit called Devon, and then that connects to the rest of the UK. So Devon is on the east side of Cornwall, but it probably is 5 hours. 5 hours? By taxi, yes. Actually, yes, you're right. You're right, Sandra. By taxi, it would be. I guess Harry paid for them. Or maybe they... Oh, my goodness. Maybe they just wiped their memory. Surely they didn't just wipe their memory. Molly wouldn't do that, but how's she meant to be paying for these blooming taxis? That's a detail which doesn't get covered. How the hell... How the heck did Molly pay for those taxis? That would be a small fortune. Should have popped them on the train. Should have popped them on the train. With those trunks on the train. You do see it. You do see it. Maybe not with the bird cages. Sandra, great point. Those taxis must have been... They must have cost a pretty penny, quite frankly. And the Weasleys ain't paid for that. I hope Harry just paid for them. Yeah, let's say that Harry told Molly that it's a free service, and when they got there, Harry just quietly paid them. Yeah, that because the alternative I don't like. I don't like the alternative. Great comment, Sandra. Very well thought. Those are two great points. Caroline. Hi, Veggie. Especially in these two chapters, I noticed how the writing style slowly changed from a children's book to a young adult book. It's a young one's reference, guys. Young adult book. We are suddenly confronted with an emotional life and working world of adult wizards. That's true. Yeah, that is true. We're hearing so much about the Ministry and Percy and Arthur. There are topics such as politics, law, labour rights, and social commitment. The reader is also introduced to many new characters and the mysteries in a short time, making it more challenging overall. There are so many characters in this book, it's insane to me, Caroline. And of course, the language and the jokes become a little bit more adult and daring. We will notice this soon, especially throughout this book. Oh my goodness. Harry Potter gets X-rated humour, guys. I'm looking forward to that, Caroline, I must admit. I haven't heard anyone call anyone Git yet in the books, have we? We may have done. We may have done. Probably Draco. Also, like Percy... I also like Percy very much. He allows you to look at the world and the Weasley's family from a completely different perspective because he's no longer at school. It's like an exciting side story of its own. Very interesting. Now that I think about it, I would even say that he is one of my favourite characters in this and the following books. Caroline, that puts a smile on my face. That really does, because I gotta admit, guys, sure, he's not overtaking Harry, Hermione, and Ron, but he is one of the characters which I'm like, oh, popping back with Percy. Are we cool? What's going on with Percy? I'm glad I'm not the only one as well. Caroline, that's awesome. Don't forget, it doesn't matter. Love the video would say, I'm sure that I said, don't, it doesn't matter in the comment section of the last video, but people are doing it in the book club, which is amazing. Pardon me. Greatly appreciated. See you in the next book club, Cara, and great comment. I'm delighted that there's another Perseite. We're the Perseites, guys. The dream team. Digo! I really like the idea of Hogwarts looking like an empty ruin to muggles, though I don't think signs with danger written on them would people would keep out of the ruin. It's true. I mean, there's YouTubers who like go around like abandoned buildings and everything, aren't there? I've watched a few of those videos. They weren't really my cup of tea, to be honest. I like weird things on YouTube. I watched a guy clean a rug last night. Like a rug just completely and utterly dirty, and he made it like really like spotless. And then I watched a video about fighting game tournament comebacks. And I really enjoy fighting games, guys, but not at that level. When it all becomes hitboxes and forward 4 and a 4 heavy kick and all that sort of thing, that's where I start to lose interest. Yeah, it really is. But I did enjoy watching the video though. I did. Yeah, I do watch some weird stuff. Well, not weird stuff, guys. Don't say I'm watching weird stuff. I watch niche stuff. Why am I even talking about this? Oh, yeah, because you said about people going into ruined buildings. So yeah, there are YouTubers who like have entire very successful channels where they're going into like abandoned theme parks and stuff like that and everything. Very spooky, a lot of them. I think that's why I think that's probably why I said they weren't my cup of tea, because I may have found them a little bit sad actually. Yeah, see, like, you know, disused places and everything. Very interesting though. They're very brave people. I say brave, you know, as long as they're doing it correctly. Sorry, that's such a weird tangent. Although I did say, Digo, that I reckon that there's probably... Oh, hang on, let's finish your comment. So my headcanon is that there are also Muggle repellent charms. You got there before I did. Like on the stadium. Exactly, Digo. You made this point 3 weeks before I did. Sorry. That give people the urge to go somewhere else when they see the ruin. Wouldn't it be great? I don't know if you've seen, Digo, Fantastic Beasts, because obviously they're not everyone's cup of tea, which they are my cup of tea. Why do we keep talking about a cup of tea? I've got blooming oranger. If, like, when, like, at the end of Crimes of Grindelwald, like, they're all, like, stood there talking with Dumbledore, and then, like, Jacob, like, says, I just remember I left the gas on back in the bakery. He just walks off. It'll be amazing. Good old Jacob. Oh, Jacob's a great character, guys. If you don't like, you know, if you're not interested in Fantastic Beasts, you should at least check them out just for the characters. The characters are awesome. By far the best Muggle. By far the best Muggle in the Wizarding world. Any even close, guys. He's by far the best Muggle. Also, Ron, why is everything I owe so rubbish? Ron, I love you, but you call pig rubbish one more time. we're going to have a problem. P.S. It doesn't matter, Veggie. Digo, great comment. Yeah, I think it was the fact that Jim Dale's performance of that line in the audiobook made me just feel really sad for him. He sounded distraught. Why is everything I owe so rubbish? Which may have been not how the line was meant to be to come across as. Whereas it's true. He's dissing the pig. Can owls understand English? Spoken word? I don't think we've ever had any reason to think that they can. Yeah, interesting. Diego, great comment. Maybe the book's going to end with Pig just turning on Ron. That'd be amazing. And then Arthur's there. My boy! Sorry, that's a terrible joke. Sorry, I take that back. Maybe that's how the book's going to end. Arthur with Ron in his hand, covered in pet marks, going, my boy! I am a horrible human being. I'm so sorry, Diego. I shouldn't have turned your comment into that. Great comment. Marianne! I love Percy in these 2 chapters. I know what the thumbnail of this video is going to be. I've just decided what the thumbnail of this video is going to be. His excitement for handing in the Cauldron Bottoms report and releasing that, realizing that Mr. Crouch is finally starting to rely on him is very sweet. I think it is. From a weird, yeah, not weird. I keep saying weird when I don't mean it, but from like a very corporate way. But it is. It's what gives Percy energy, and so I do find it sweet. I know he has some contradicting opinions, but I think due to still only being 18, 19, he isn't wise enough and had enough life experience to see the divide he is causing with his family. He is blinded by his ambition. I think that is a very good and fair way of describing it. I do want to be fair to Percy, guys. A lot of my defense is trying to be fair. It kind of is. And I feel like, Marianne, you put it in a very fair way there. I honestly do. What do you think, Veggie? I think that was a great comment. That's what I think. I haven't been liking the comments. Need to be liking the comments. Because then I can remember, or I can see how far I am through. And if you follow me on Twitter, guys. Well, actually, no. I don't do it every time. But sometimes I will say, hey, you can follow how far I am through the book club over on there. Veggie_gamer. Although I do need to be more prolific on other social media platforms. My posts on Instagram always do very well, in fact, so I should probably be on there more often. Marianne, great comment. I am loving the appreciation for the purse. Sup, Veggie? I'm not really sure why Mrs. Weasley got herself in such a flap. She literally had a Big Brother clock telling her what her family is doing at the time. I cannot challenge that philosophy, Slim. Very interesting. Although there isn't a World Cup location on it, is there though? Maybe it was pointing at mortal danger. Hang on, I swear I had a note about there being a mortal danger arm on the clock, but I did I not have a mortal danger note on that? Because we heard about the clock before, guys. But this time we heard about the fact that it has a mortal danger location. And me not remembering that being a thing before. But it wasn't in my notes. How strange. So maybe it was pointing at mortal danger. I mean, they could have been, unwittingly. If people were keeping an eye on Harry or something. It could have been. I mean, but then Molly would have said the clock was pointing at mortal danger. That's food for thought, Slim, but you make a great point. Big Brother clock. I like the wording there. Fred and George are hilarious in these chapters. Isn't he that nutter? Yes, well, Dad collects plugs, birds of a feather. That's right, he does say birds of a feather, doesn't he? Birds of a feather flock together. I feel bad for Percy for 2 reasons. I can think of several. That's a really horrible thing I just... Harry says Arthur looks exhausted, but Percy is working the same long hours and must be under similar pressures. Well, you'd imagine that there are probably some people, I don't know who at the Ministry, who are probably giving Arthur a hard time because of the report. And, you know, Arthur most probably did say, yeah, by the way, that was me. He probably did. Percy is definitely under a lot of pressure. I would say that Arthur is under more. Just from the job. I would say so. But it's an interesting point, though. You do say similar pressure, so that's fair. Bill, Charlie, and Mrs. Weasley managed to make the children more interesting in this special event. Oh, the children. No, I think that's what. Pardon. More interested in this special event during a single conversation that Percy has over the course of several weeks. During the conversation. strange. Oh, that's true, actually, because he has been, like, saying, oh, yeah, top secret and everything like that. But now we have Bill, Charlie, and Molly clearly enjoying the fact that they are teasing this thing. And, you know, if Percy was there, he would be going nuts, no doubt. Not a nutter. Great comment, Slim. I appreciate it. Alias? We are introduced to the Head in the Fire communication system, which was done differently in the movies. In Goblet of Fire, Sirius's face is made of embers, and in Order of Phoenix, there we go. I don't know why, guys. Seeing that just looks so strange to me. Order of Phoenix, the flames took the shape of his face. Yeah, I think I remember that. But here, you have your actual head right in the fire. Well, it could be a different form of communication. I know it sounds silly, but it could be. And also, if it was a decision, I feel like it was a good decision because it keeps Sirius feeling further away. So I don't mind the decision on it, but you know, let me know if you disagree, guys. Once again, Bertha Jorkins is mentioned. For someone who has been presumably dead since before the book started, she comes up quite often. It's very true. It's dangling that carrot, guys. It's interesting how the tournament is being teased and kept a secret. It works well on the characters, but unfortunately it was a bit wasted on the readers, as the back cover of the book already revealed that the Triwizard Tournament was taking place at Hogwarts this year. Really? Wow. I know. You know what? Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, but yeah. As well as Harry being entered against his will. Oh, now that's strange. And having to fight a dragon. Well, that's on the cover, isn't it? Or some of them. At this rate, they might as well reveal that Voldemort comes back at the end. I should read that very carefully, just in case you could say something that's different from the movie. Compare this to the back cover of the first French edition of Deathly Hallows 1. Oh no, just, yeah, Deathly Hallows, sorry. I read as a teenager, they knew they didn't need to convince anybody to buy the book at this point. That's actually very true. In fact, it'd actually be a strange thing for someone to buy that book first. So it just read, and here is the 7th and last book of the heroic story of Harry Potter. That's very nice, I like that. Simple, to the point, and zero spoilers. Well, the thing is, guys, I don't even like watching movie trailers. Or, no, I'll tell it back. I do watch movie trailers, but I am always very wary about them showing too much. And TV trailers and stuff like that, you know. In fact, like, you know, I think when Game of Thrones was like at its height, at its peak, I was avoiding the trailers for the series coming up because I didn't want to see anything. And just the smallest little thing, even just like a hint, can undo things. You know, it's like they were terrible for having previously on Game of Thrones bits. You know, previously on Game of Thrones, where it would show a character that hasn't been on it for like 5 seasons on the previously, and you think, oh well, obviously he's going to come back today then. Yeah. I don't read a lot of books, guys. You know, my dyslexia made reading books like quite a negative thing to me, which is, I know, it probably sounds stupid, but it's true though, guys. It really did have a negative effect on me as a kid. You know, from being mocked about it and so on and so forth. But do any book readers purposely avoid reading the back to avoid spoilers? There are some movie reactors who read the IMDb description of the movie before watching the movie, and I think that's a terrible idea, guys. You know, I'm not saying I'm any better. You know, there are a lot of problems with my movie reactions, but yeah, I don't get why people read summarizations or something before they check it out. So yeah, reading the backs of books must give away. I mean, that sounds like it gave away a lot, Alias. It really did. Anyway, great comment. That's very interesting that he gave that. The fact that it's against his will and everything is bizarre, quite frankly. But to anyone who didn't read the back of it, it must be such a great tease. It must be such a great tease. Great comment, Alice. Florian, sorry. Hi, Veggie. We got new characters and concepts. That's the name of this blooming book, isn't it? What do you think about Rita Skeeter? This is actually the first time we hear that. This is so strange. I thought we'd heard about it before. I feel like we hear about it too much. I do feel like it's like the first chapter here is purely about Rita Skeeter. So maybe they'd spread it out a little bit, but then why would they be talking about Rita Skeeter before this? Yeah, no, I take that back actually. I don't think we are hearing too much about it. It's just a lot, you know. We got the head in the fireplace a year early in comparison to the movies. Oh, interesting. I was wondering whether that was in the movies. How do you feel about the movie depiction versus the book depiction, considering you can actually be fed food through the fire? I think because if it was Amos... I would have liked it to be more like the movie. Because it's Sirius that we see it in, I think it makes sense, Florian. I really do. I think it makes it feel like Sirius is further away. Because if he just stuck to his head and said, "Hey, how you doing, Harry?" That separation. And that moment where Sirius is like there in, Gordon Bennett. Which one would it have been? I feel like it was Order of the Phoenix, where like they walk into the Black's family home, and he's there. It's like with Lupin, and I scream about Lupin being there. It would have taken away from that moment. It would have taken away from that moment, and so I liked the decision. Am I in the minority there, guys? I feel like I might be. Let's ping that off. Great comment, Florian. Will, why am I tearing up at the first thing I read? When Molly hugs the twins, I forgave everything she said about them. Oh my goodness, Will, I love that. That is so sweet. She's a really good mother. Yeah, it was a warm scene. It really was. And also when she laughed at Fred and George's joke, that moment did something. It made me really happy. It really did. It reminds me of my mum, and she continues to be amazing as this chapter ends. Fine, go naked, Harry. Make sure you get a picture of him. Yeah, she says so I can have a good laugh. I need a good laugh or something like that. that's lovely, Will. And yeah, it's so nice. Because doing these chapter reviews and everything, I felt like everyone's opinion of Molly had shifted. Whereas now I realise it was a temporary shift, and now everyone's back to loving her as much as ever. I love it. Well, great comment. Greatly made. Kate. Chapter 10 really pulling my heartstrings. First, poor Molly. I can't imagine how she felt not knowing what was happening to her family. She lived also with several little kids through the First War with Voldemort. When her family was part of the Order and thus was always in danger. That's actually a very good point, actually. The fact that Arthur is kind of a target for... Yeah, that's a very interesting addition there. When her family was part of the Order and thus was always in danger. So her horror now is very understandable. Once again, we are shown that her family means the world to her. Oh, absolutely. To me, she and Arthur were always amazing parenting examples. They might scold the kids from time to time, and often for good reason too, but ultimately deeply love them and care for them. Yeah, Kate, I completely agree, and I think that the only... I don't even know criticism. The only time where people have questioned their parenting is about Fred and George's ambition. And that I can understand as well. I can understand why parents would be very worried for Fred and George. But the problem is that they're not seeing the potential that Fred and George have. And so that's where the big debate came from a few chapters back. But yeah, they're absolutely wonderful parents in my opinion. Then there's Ron. Already the youngest of the 6 boys. He gets second-hand stuff all the time. And here he can't even get normal dress clothes. And also Molly probably does think that they're normal. That's my interpretation of it. I totally understand this desire to be like his peers and not stand out like a sore thumb. Teenagers are brutal, and he knows he will be teased for this close. Again, yeah, it's really not in Ron's personality to be that, you know, outlandish guy. And especially with his fate. And he is not wrong. Malfoy literally does it in the next chapter. Yeah, even when he's not even wearing it. Absolutely, Kate. Great comment, and I completely agree with you with Molly and Arthur. I do feel like Arthur gives his... I don't know. No, they are obviously great. They're great loving parents, and the loving part is obviously the most important part. Great comment, Kate. However, Rita Skeeter doesn't pull any punches when criticizing the Ministry. Do you think she has a point? Did the Ministry underestimate security measures? I guess so. But also, from my standpoint, who doesn't know what actually happened fully that night, she appears to be making stuff up. So I'm not with her on that. But again, I don't know if that's the case. If anybody doubted Molly Weasley was a loving mother, Chapter 10 proves them wrong. And since many people already offered their opinion on Molly versus the twins, I wanted to add my 2 cents too. I hope it's okay if I revert stuff in previous chapters. Molly was 100% right when she confiscated and threw out the Tung Tong toffees. That stuff is dangerous. It was dumb luck that Dudley ate the toffee whilst Mr. Weasley was still there. He had eaten it later. Yeah, the problem there is that Dudley's a muggle. I feel like if he was wizardry, it would be different. Obviously, you know, Fred and George aren't out there to try and kill people. I guess they just don't know that muggles are very squishy. That's my interpretation of it. In addition, choking someone is considered an assault in most predictions, even if the victim doesn't sustain any permanent damage. Molly is spot on when she worries about the twins may get into legal trouble. What I find especially disturbing, the twins knew that the toffee did to Dudley, Mr. Weasley told them, and they still intend to give it to another victim. That's not really irresponsible. That's a malicious intent. Well, presumably they're going to be doing it to Whistling Folk. I see parallel between the twins did to Dudley and what the Death Eaters did to Robert's family. Both were unprovoked assaults on the Muggles, but by wizards. In both cases, the victims were completely at the mercy of the attacker, unable to defend themselves. In both cases, the perpetrator tormented the victims for fun. I think the Death Eaters knew that the Muggles. I feel like the Death Eaters know more about how how defenseless the Muggles are. I think that there was a case of Fred and George actually not understanding that Dudley could have actually died. If you think that they actually knew that Dudley could have died and were absolutely fine with that, I disagree. What does it matter that the twins formally oppose Voldemort when they commit similar acts of cruelty as the Death Eaters? Yeah, I feel like, you know, their interpretation of the situation is different. If you think that Fred and George were trying to murder Dudley, then that's fine. However, but I personally don't think that is the case, or would have been fine with it if it had happened by accident. That's my interpretation. Happy birthday, by the way. I think you said on Twitter that your birthday is tomorrow, in fact, when I'm recording it, so maybe when this is posted, possibly. I'm sorry that I had to go through your comments so fast, but the longer ones, I'm afraid I already have to. Predaguy. Hi, Veggie. I don't think they mentioned this in the movies, so I'm curious. What do you think about Durmstrang's reputation with the dark arts? Yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. The fact that they don't accept half-bloods is so strange to me. Half-bloods that they don't, or is it just Muggleborns? I'm pretty sure that they said that they don't accept half-bloods. Okay, I'm so sorry if I got that wrong, guys, but that is a lot of people that they're not accepting. I kind of take... And also, I get the feeling that we're meant to interpret it as them being shady as well. But there may be more to it. We shall see. I kind of take it as the same bad reputation Slytherin has, in that a few bad apples spoil the bunch. You know what I mean? Especially since their current headmaster is a ex-Death Eater. Well, yeah. Yeah, I get the impression that we're meant to think, okay, well, they're probably bad then. I'm hoping that gets explored in the future, and it may not be exactly like that, but at this point, I feel like that's what we are being told to believe. So, great comments, VEGGIE. Jacob. First of all, the other schools have both male and female students. It's just a movie thing that they are boys' schools and girls' schools. Yeah, I think I remember people mentioning at the time. I ain't against it, because, you know, boys' schools and girls' schools still exist over here, guys. It seems like a strange choice, but I don't particularly have a problem with it, though. We'll see how it goes further into the book, though. In these chapters, we learn some of the Muggle protections around Hogwarts, which raises the question in the Fantastic Beasts movies. I will read that again, sorry. In these chapters, we learn some about the Muggle protections around Hogwarts, which raises some questions of Fantastic Beasts movies. How did Jacob see Hogwarts? That's right, he's in Hogwarts in the third one, isn't he? Now, of course, the protection could have been lifted for him or not put on until later, but could Jacob be a squib and not a muggle, as squibs can see the castle? Which, again, makes a big difference between muggles and squibs. So okay. I'm going to say it one more time, guys. 2 muggles could definitely have a squib as a child. Right, moving on. The last scene of this. I mean, I've already said that Jacob is on Hogwarts at one point, guys. I don't want to spoil the Fantastic Beasts because I know that some of you guys haven't seen it, but there is a scene where Jacob. There's a couple of scenes where Jacob is in and around Hogwarts. At the end of Crimes of Grindelwald, he's like looking. It almost as if he's looking through the castle. So I think there he may see the ruin, and then, you know, when they're invited in for tea and everything, I think that you can get... I feel like you can allow muggles to bypass anti-muggle precaution. That's my interpretation of it. And the great thing, Jacob, with you know, fantasy and sci-fi is that you can just explain it away with magic. And so, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The squibs can see the castle, though. There you go, guys. There you go. Great comment, Jacob. Kinsit, I love the scene with everyone getting back and Molly just waiting. I don't think anyone would forgive themselves if their last thing they did was yell at someone, then something bad happened to them. Thoughts on Percy blaming his father for the article Rita wrote? Well, I've kind of gone into it, but your first comment that's explicitly asking it. And you're right about the Molly situation as well. She must have felt terrible until, yeah. And I say until, even after she knew that they were okay, she felt terrible. Percy blaming his father. I think he sees it as logic. He's not like saying, and Dad bloomin' did this and everything and everything like that. I think that it's just what he's seeing in front of him. That's my interpretation of it. Again, that might be me giving him more time than he deserves. Thanks for the comment, Kenton. Maddie, hi Veggie. These chapters feel like a breather after the previous action-packed ones, although they filled with new information and hints about characters you're already familiar with. That reigning... Oh, so sorry, I'm reading but not actually taking it in. I'm so sorry. Although they're filled with new information and hints about characters you're already familiar with. Absolutely. That rainy evening scene at the Burrow where everyone is doing their own thing, but still hanging out together just feels so cozy and homey. I agree, it's true. Yeah, Bill and Ron are like playing chess and everything. It's very sweet. They've all got their like the little things that they're doing. Hermione's like reading her textbooks and everything that Molly picked up for her. What's Ginny doing? Can't remember what Ginny is there. I can't remember what Ginny's doing. And here we are already being shown Ron's insecurity slowly surfacing, therefore setting up the premise of what will happen between him and Harry. I'm really looking forward to the next chapters. This book is just so good. It's true. You know what? At this point, I even forgotten that there is any like friction or anything. And so that, which is great. That's how the book is meant to be at this point. Anyway, wishing you and Woozle and everyone at the book club a very Merry Christmas. If you celebrate it, I do celebrate it, and Woozle. I've got like these little flats, like treats and everything. I used to get her gifts or like birthdays and Christmas and everything, but she has toys I should say. But she got so many toys now, so it's usually consumables now. Otherwise, have very happy holidays. In my country, we start celebrating Christmas as soon as September begins. Oh my goodness, Maddie, that is a lot. That's a big chunk of the year. That's fantastic. That's awesome. I mean, I put up my Christmas decorations like halfway through November, and so for the first time. But yeah, so yeah, that's awesome, Maddie. I hope you have a wonderful time as well. Thanks for the comments. Sarah, hi Veggie. First of all, happy birthday to Percy, who turned 18 in chapter 10. Since his birthday is August the 22nd, and the World Cup was on the 18th. What? When did they have a party? World Cup was on the 18th. Yeah, unbelievable. Maybe they don't celebrate birthdays in the Wizarding World. Well, they do Harry's. Of course they do. Ignore me. Also, worst birthday ever. He was overworked and having to deal with chaos at the ministry and having his favourite quill destroyed. That's true. He did get his favourite quill destroyed. I gotta say, though, he probably actually quite enjoyed the overworking. I do feel like he's that sort of person. And his family didn't even celebrate. To be fair, they probably did. It's probably between the pages. And that might be because JK hadn't decided on his date birth until later, but still, yeah, I think that's probably also the reason. On a more serious note, I find Percy's interaction with Molly in this chapter quite upsetting. Percy voices the mildest of criticism towards Arthur, and Molly just yells at him about daring to criticize his father. I can kind of understand that. In fact, I think Bill handling the situation much better because he actually explained to Percy why he's wrong, but I don't think Percy's going to be as receptive towards parenting coming from his brother as opposed to his mother. Yeah, I mean, what Bill said was absolutely on the money about Rita. Would have just written that no one had commented about. And also, I don't feel like Percy's going after Arthur as well, which I think that Molly may have assumed that he was. I get that Molly must be under a lot of stress, but so is Percy, and he's going to question his parents. That's kind of the whole point of a teenager. Molly shouldn't be upsetting him, or shutting him up, because that's just leads him to internalize his opinions about his father and releasing them all at a worst moment. Wow, I mean, again, I don't feel like he has any bad feelings for his father. That's my interpretation of it. I do think that Molly loves all her kids, but I also think she takes Percy for granted because he's the least trouble. That's interesting. I also think that Percy doesn't have a healthy way of rebelling against his parents because his identity is tied to him being the good one, as opposed to the twins. So he's tried to get the teenage rebellion in now, but trying to beat Arthur at his own job. I didn't interpret what he said as that, but I can see that he's trying to make, you know, put down the people who are also at the ministry. Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. It's not the way that I did, though, not upon initial listening. But yeah, Percy is a really interesting character. I completely agree with that, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of information right there. Sorry that I didn't break it down line by line, but Percy being the good one is a very interesting way of putting it. Maybe that's why I like him, guys, you know? Maybe it is. Sarah, great comment. Sorry that I didn't go into detail with week line. Sam. Hey, Veggie. Chapter 10. Molly was wrong for being dismissive of Fred and George's creative pursuits, but she's an amazing mum who loves her children fiercely and unconditionally. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Are you surprised we hear and learn about Rita Skeeter so early on? I thought we'd heard about her previously. But yeah, we learned a lot about her in this one chapter. Chapter 11. The end of the holidays gloom is so relatable. Even as an adult, I dread the end of a trip, holiday break, a long weekend. I completely agree with you, but also the fact that they go to Hogwarts, I would have thought would lighten that a little bit. But, you know, teenagers will be teenagers, though. And also, Harry has had a wonderful time with the Weasleys, and with the World Cup, most of the World Cup. Mr. Weasley going to the village post office to use the phone to order a taxi seems so strange to me. How is it she knows how to use the phone and what number to dial, but has no idea how many stamps to put on a letter? Unless Hermione gave Ron phone lessons after his disastrous call to the Dursleys and Ron passed the lessons on to his family, lol. I think that's great headcanon, Sam. My headcanon was that Harry and Hermione went with her to make the call, and just, you know, and explained how to do it and everything. You gotta imagine that Molly would have been asking. But the thing is, they needed to do it there and then because it's the same blooming day. So those taxis, you know, were quite an emergency thing. So expensive as well. Sam, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Joe. Hey Veggie, loved the last video, such a blast, thank you very much. Chapter 10, Percy needs to sort out his priorities. That line about Mr. Crouch deserving a total obedience from his servants because he is so high ranking. However, he is 18 years old. I grew up poor, yet very ambitious and career focused. So at his age, he grew up poor. I'm so sorry, I read that. He grew up poor, very ambitious and career focused. So at this young age, he found someone like Mr. Crouch who is more his cup of tea, the term which I keep on saying today. I'm not surprised he idolizes him. So as much as I disagree with him on the morality of this, it's very normal for a teen who may have slightly different values than his family and is looking for himself still. I love that way of putting Percy's. I feel like that's a great breakdown of Percy. It sounds like priorities. It sounds like you really understand Percy to the point where I think that you like him, don't you, Joe? But so as much as I disagree with him the most, it's normal for... Yeah, I think that's a brilliant interpretation of what's going on with Percy. And I think that most... You know, I'm not saying anyone here, guys, but I think that most people reading the Harry Potter books don't give Percy that... The amount of time that we give him here. That's my opinion. I think it's so good to see opinions of Percy, good or bad, guys. Seriously, I find them fascinating. Mainly the good ones. That's a lie. Chapter 11. It seems like the wizards do not have translating spells. Drumstag is somewhere high up north, according to this chapter. So definitely not Bulgaria. I was thinking that. Which is more south than north. Then it seems that those scores, like Drumstag, are pretty international. in my head, it's Bloomer moving around. Seriously, that's my headcanon, like the one from Final Fantasy VIII. Spoilers, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Why aren't there more international students at Hogwarts? What about Muggleborns? They have no chance to learn the language of their nearest schools. Why aren't there more international students at Hogwarts? I guess you could say there might be, but Harry isn't interacting with them much. Maybe? Maybe? I mean, you think about how few Ravenclaws we ever hear about. It's very possible that there are more international students, but we just, we just never get to. They just never pass Harry's purview. What about Muggleborns? They have no chance to learn the language of the nearest school. That's very interesting. Yeah. The fact that, yeah, I feel like my brain needs a lot. I feel like my brain needs an explanation of exactly what's going on with the schools, guys. But obviously that would be a spoiler to an extent. And so, right now, I'm very confused about how the layout of, the location of schools and, how much they're associated with, ministries and so on. It's very interesting. Presumably, Bo Barton is associated with the French ministry, which we saw in Fantastic Beasts. But maybe it isn't. I don't know. Fascinating. Great commentary. Molly Wobbles. That's a great name. Favourite Ron quote. Think of the possibilities. It would be so easy to push Malfoy off a glacier and make it look like an accident. Goodness. One of the things that bothers me the most about the movies is how much they changed Ron's character. Book Ron is funny, but it's just comic relief. Yeah, even just watching, because like I said, I checked out the two, like the scene where Ron receives the dress robes, and then the scene where he's wearing them for the first time. And it's just not Ron, is it? No, it is. It is. The first one I feel like is Ron. But it's so much more of him just being the butt of the joke of the scene, rather than him being a person who is being made fun of, or... Yeah, I certainly find myself caring more about Ron from the books than in the movies. And I did care about him in the books. In the movie, sorry. And you're right, that is a hilarious line, but for some reason it hit me wrong. It's a strong thing to say about something. He's basically saying, I wish I could kill him. Which I guess kids say that sort of thing all the time, don't they? Molly Wobbles, thank you so much for your great comments. Martin. Hey, Veggie. I thought a thought on the Goblet of Fire film. I think the Death Eater scene were meant to depict the terrorist attack, which given it was made not long after 9/11. That's true. I guess it must have been. They may have expected people to fill the gaps based on their perception of terrorism. They made sure to show a newspaper headline, "Terror at the World Cup." It's true, but it felt so much more organized, whereas in the book it felt like a violent rabble, enjoying the fact that they are doing these terrible things. Whereas in the movie it felt like soldiers on a march to me. Yeah, it's very interesting you mentioned it's not long after 9/11. I ain't given that a second's thought, but that must have affected like all movies and so on back then. I'm going to keep that in my mind going forward. That's a great point, Martin. Or alternatively, maybe they held back showing too much because they thought it might be a bit too close to the bone for people who remember 9/11 and the Madrid attacks, which I think were literally as it was being made. Oh, Madrid attacks. I'm sorry, Madrid. Wow, this is it's so weird that I didn't associate with this time, and yeah, it really was, wasn't it? Also, the Ministry is powerful, clever enough to develop a way to trace all magic performance near underage wizards, but can't find a way to stop an 18-year-old staffer getting deluged with rude exploding. Getting deluged. I don't know what that word is, Martin. I'm dyslexic, but seriously, basically you get, you know, bombarded, let's put it, with rude exploding letters following a security breach that wasn't his fault. Seems like they may need to prioritize a bit. True, but explosions in the Wizarding world are a lot more survivable, and, you know, I get the impression that it's a bit like a... not even that. No, it's like a slight protest in the Wizarding world, having an explosion going off on someone's desk. Because Percy's not going to get hurt by it. It's just going to... He lost his best quill. But, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing it from a different standpoint. But I get the impression that these explosions... They're certainly not as bad as if it was to happen in the muggling world. Let's put it like that. Great comment, mine. Kevin. So, we finally on the Hogwarts Express on the way to Hogwarts. It took us the first 11 chapters of the books. In the movies, it was like 20 minutes. It really is like 20 minutes. So, short thing about the last chapters. You mentioned that it wasn't discussed that the Dark Mark was in the movie. It actually was. Hermione actually whispered to Harry in the scene, but it was very quick and easy to miss. Oh, I did miss that. Well spotted, Kevin. As for these chapters, we get our first introduction to the concept of flu powder to converse with others through the fire. It is, of course, it's flu powder. You know what? That didn't even stand out to me. So presumably Amos's body is just hanging out of his fireplace. Then that's an image, isn't it? Wow. Didn't dawn on me this flu powder. That's so strange. Of course it is. I always found that really cool when I first read it. As you can see, however, the way it's done in the 5th movie is more accurate to how it's described in the book. Yeah, I don't remember it in the 5th movie. I really don't. I remember the Embers one. Either way. Also, we get our first mention of Moody, and we hear news that there was some kind of commotion at his house. Lastly, you got to love how much of a snivelling little jerk Draco, I thought he was going to say Percy, Draco is being on the Hogwarts Express. It's what he does best. Lucius clearly told him about the Tri-Wizards tournament through his connections with the Ministry and Fudge, and now Draco is using that information and the fact that Harry and the others don't know about it to try and get under their skin by insinuating that Arthur isn't important enough to know, which we know he is. The Malfoys, the villains you love to hate. That's a good way of putting them. I mean, I guess it's possible that Lucius didn't tell him. And maybe... I like the idea. I go back to that scene where at the Tri-Wizards, at the World Cup, sorry, in the movie where Lucius like pokes Draco with his cane and everything. I think like that aspect, which isn't in the movie at all, in the books at all, I think it's a very interesting side of it. So I think that it's very possible that Draco was just looking through Lucius's paperwork and like says, "Oh no, yes, I was told long ago." I feel like there's a lot of BS when it comes to Draco that even Lucius is not akin to, that doesn't know about, I think. So I think it is possible that Draco, you know, found out by snooping around rather than actually being told. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. But again, I really like that little addition of Lucius poking Draco with his cane. It kind of says, like, you know, Draco's life probably isn't an absolute barrel of laughs, whereas in the book, it kind of is. You get the impression that his home life is just like a barrel of laughs. Maybe that'll change in the future. Maybe it will. I need to move on because this is a bit of a chunky one. Anyway, sorry I didn't have much of substance to say in these chapters. I will have a lot of fun things to talk about in the next few chapters, though. I'm excited for you to get to them. Kevin, I cannot wait. Thank you so much for your comment. And again, sorry that I couldn't go line by line, but it was a little bit chunky. A little bit. Again, like I say, most of the comments on these chapters are quite concise because there's not too much going on, but yeah. I appreciate all the comments, guys. That goes for Howard's, everyone, Kevin's, and once where even if I'm a bit fast, please carry on commenting like you are, because I always appreciate them. Janny, hi Veggie. I just love the scene in the Burrow where they are all together in the front of the fireplace. Well, not all of them, most of them. Oh no, Percy is there. It's just after that, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no, he comes in as his shriveled cauliflower. Just hanging out, doing their own things. It always makes me feel like I was there with them. I can't remember what Ginny was doing. Was she playing chess with... No, Charlie's making a balaclava. I can't think what Ginny is doing. But yeah, it felt like such a cozy scene. It really, really did. I wonder why they chose to take taxis to King Cross Station. I'm not from the UK, but someone else mentioned in the comments that it takes about 5 hours to get from Devon to London by car. I think you probably could do it in less than that. I really do. I can get to Cardiff in like 2 hours. And I'm in Oxfordshire. I think you probably could make it 4. I do feel like 4 is probably... I don't know. But, you know, first thing in the morning, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's... And also, that's a good point. Actually, no, I think you're about to make the point I just thought about. I'm not from the UK in 5 hours. So that means they would have to leave the borough way before 6 AM. Wow! Why didn't they take the flu powder to Diagon Alley? And from there, they could have taken... public transport to the station. Oh, I was just about to say maybe they couldn't take the trunks through it, but they took Harry's trunk through it from Privet Drive to the borough. Wow. I'd love to hear any rationale against that, to be honest. I really would, because that's a very good point. It would also mean that Amos Diggory's head was there at a really early hour. So rude. He does apologise to Molly. I mean, you're talking about an ungodly hour, though, aren't you? But Amos is like saying, "So sorry about calling so early, Molly," and everything. But going on your maths and everything, it would have been ultra early, so like 3 AM. And Harry's already up. Like they have to like stand to the side as Arthur comes running down with his robes on backwards to answer Amos. Great point, Janny. Great comment. Greatly made. Lisette writes, so Papa Malfoy was debating sending Draco to Dumpstrag because he knows the headmaster. It raises an interesting question. Actually, that is a good point, actually. I was saying earlier on that maybe Draco was giving it large with what he was saying, but yes, that is actually a detail which I had actually forgotten, the fact that Lucius and the headmaster know each other. When was he considered this? When was he considering this, do you think? From the movies, we know that Karkaroff betrayed Voldemort and co. by testifying about the Death Eaters. Curious that Lucius still respects Karkaroff's off after that. You know what, Lisette? That is a very good point, but that's a very interesting note. Thing is, I don't know if that's going to happen in the books. I can't really comment on that. But yeah, I did forget about the fact that it did say that that Lucius knows the headmaster. So I take back what I was saying about potentially Draco lying about that. But I do feel like with the World Cup he may have been lying about Lucius telling him about it. When was it? Of course, it could be that he wanted Draco signed up to a school before he was born, like Harry apparently was for Hogwarts, but he has still told Draco about it, which has to have been much later in the timeline, just something to think about. I guess it could have been the mother that said about the fact that that Lucius wanted to send you there. But then he does bring up the fact that they know each other. So yeah, that's a very interesting point. There's not much I can say, Lizette, because I'm not 100% sure exactly how much of what's in the movie happens in the book. But you raise a very good point, though. And remember, it doesn't matter, Veggie, lol. And happy Christmas, you too, Lizette. Thank you so much for your very kind comment. Mel. Hi, Veggie. Poor Neville. Didn't get to go to such a special event. Yes, his mother did. I think his grandmother didn't want to, was it? Or couldn't afford it? I think I can't remember. It's always made me want to know more about his daily life with his grandmother. Her mention comes up almost every time we talk about Neville. Yeah, certainly at the start of books, it tends to be about his family life. The thing is, you would imagine it's not good because Neville's kind of like an underachiever for the Longbottoms, isn't he? That's kind of his gig, isn't it? For now. Also, we know that McGonagall loves Quidditch, as did many teachers. Such an important event in England. Do you think they went to the match? Yes. Yes, I would imagine they probably did. It would have been insane if Harry saw everyone that he knows. I mean, to be fair, he saw a lot of people. He saw blooming Stan, for goodness sake. Yeah, I would like to think that McGonagall went. Unless she was busy. Quite frankly, McGonagall, if work required it, and you know, there's obviously work leading up to a new year at Hogwarts. Unless you're Mad-Eye Moody, apparently. Yeah. If she had to, she wouldn't go. But I do feel like if she had time and you know the resources, she absolutely would. We do know that Dumbledore went, right? I can't remember. Anyway, maybe it'll come up. Maybe it'll come up. Great comment, Mel. Great, very well made. Raider Max, favourite of the summaries. From this point, Percy should really have been included in the movies, and that's all I'll say. I mean, even up to this point, Raider Max, sorry. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, Percy's is one of the things which I am enjoying the most about checking out these books, and that's such a strange thing to say, but I really appreciate him as a character. Good luck to the Raiders this week. Basu. Hi, Veggie. Absolutely gutted that I missed the last book club out of pure laziness. Oh, that's okay, Basu. The thing is, it's kind of out of the blue when I do them, but yeah, it's always good to try and get your comments in sooner than later. Not sure if someone pointed this out before, but pay special attention to the village near the borough, Otter Sint Catchpole. Hermione's Patronus is an otter. Ron's is a Jack Russell Terrier, amazing. A dog that is sometimes used on otters. Just coincidence. I'm sure Second Fleet mention of I'm sure. Second Fleeting mention of Mundungus Fletcher here are the Chamber's secrets. Thanks, Howard, for pointing it out in the replies. I had originally said that is the first mention of him. Ah, there we go. Yes, now I remember he had been briefly mentioned before. Percy, I'm wondering when he's going to turn up. Because it's late in the movies that we actually see him, isn't it? Percy already blames his father without critically analysing the situation. Absolutely. But then again, a lot of people wouldn't analyse it. We're seeing his slow transition chapter by chapter. That I absolutely do. I am picking up on that. I love how Hermione has cottoned onto the pathetic condition. Pathetic condition of house elves and doesn't allow the term servant to go unchallenged. Keep in mind that they're all only 14. It's very cool to see from her. I really do. It really is. And like I say, maybe there is a balance between Percy and Hermione, but I'm very interested to see where this attitude of hers goes. I really am. It breaks my heart that how Ron didn't immediately realise that Harry's expensive dress robes were because of the substantive gap in financial status. Breaks my heart that Ron didn't immediately realise that Harry's expensive dress robes were because of... That's how pure childhood friends are. That's very nice. I don't think that Ron actually remarks upon Harry's robes, does he? I feel like he doesn't. Does he? He might do, actually, but as I remember, he doesn't. He's too transfixed on his own, as I remember it. But yeah, I like that about the pure... that's how pure childhood friendships are. I'm assuming you are listening to audiobooks instead of text. Amos Diggory says, pleasement instead of policeman, hee hee. Is that not in the books? Is that not in the books? Oh... I see what you mean. So in the books, it does say policeman, but you're just making sure. Yeah, I did pick up on it. Don't worry. Yes, yeah, I appreciate it. Another assumption is that you're not brushing off the Mad Eye story as simply paranoia. Give us your thoughts. Another assumption is that you're not brushing off the Mad Eye movie. So give us your thoughts. I can understand him being paranoid, but it does feel like there is a part of this whole conspiracy that's a part of it as well, though. So I think it's both, to be honest. Father knows the headmaster. Drunstag students learn the dark arts. We are beginning to get hints of the headmaster and anyone related to the school, Crumb, are supposed to be suspected. Again, it's a shame you already know the story, otherwise the mystery is pretty well constructed. Well, I'm sure there's aspects of it that I don't know about. You know, which is, it's still like an open, it really is completely open to me exactly what's going on. In the previous books, we would have crossed Christmas by this point. We're just boarding the train now. Love it. That's such a crazy way of putting it. Basu, great comment. Sorry if I rushed through a couple of those lines, but yeah. It's kind of crazy that we're 11 chapters in. Almost as... Not almost, but, you know, there aren't many more... If it was translated into minutes, there aren't many more that we would be in the movie. It's insane how fast the movie moves. It really is. It should have been 2 movies. Should have been 2 movies. Thank you so much for your comment. It's a dance thing. I'm curious, why did Bill, Charlie, and Percy take the portkey back with everyone when they could have apparated like before? They could have gone ahead and let Molly know everyone was okay. I'm glad that someone's making this point. Maybe they wanted to make sure everyone got home safely. I do feel like they're thinking, okay, it's all over now, but just in case if there are any more Death Eaters, we should really keep Harry and, frankly, the rest of our family safe. But it's not worded though. And also, they could have apparated to Molly, said everything's fine, and then apparated back. They could have had Molly escorting them as well. Speaking of Molly, there's no way anyone can doubt that she loves each and every one of her children more than anything else. Oh, absolutely. There has been criticism of Molly, but it's all... You know, they're not saying that Voldemort, you know, and Molly are basically akin. You know, there's always levels to this. And I always say, I always give the nicer characters a harder time in these book reviews. And I know that can come off as me being, you know, being nasty, not nasty, but like, you know, not thinking things through properly. But it's a lot easier for me to challenge the thoughts of good people than bad. Silly thought that just came to me randomly. Why are people so against the use of Voldemort's name? Yeah, Ron's still holding out on that, isn't he? I mean, in the movies, they don't seem all that upset by it, but in the books, I almost equate it to people whose hatred of the word moist. Moist Voldemort! I apologise for that. Last thought. I love the discussion on the train of Hogwarts security system and all of the different ways wizards hide themselves from muggles. What do you think about that, Veggie? Oh, Hogwarts, not Hogwarts Express. I find it very difficult to process, is a dance thing. That's honest. I don't feel like I've learnt more. I feel like what I thought before has been blown to pieces, and so I need it explained to me. And I think that it will be later on in the book, hopefully. But yeah, it's baffling to me. It's basically opened up a massive list of questions to me. That's how it is for me right now. Great comment. I'm so sorry for saying moist Voldemort. Thanks so much for your comment. Gothic Llama writes, "Hi Veggie, Chapter 10. I hope Mr. Roberts and his family will be okay. Poor Mrs. Weasley was so worried. She must have been so stressed out since she knew the horrors of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. When you think about it, Molly gave birth to Ron during the war, as Ron is only 5 months old when Voldemort died, and the twins were not much older. I've never really considered Ron's birthday around Harry's. That's such a good point. I like that Ginny is just casually stretched out in front of the fireplace. There we go. I thought it said sketching. Stretched out in front of the fireplace. It reminds me of a house pet getting warm in the winter. That's awesome. I didn't pick up. That's what she's doing. She's like well, Penny used to do it. Woozle likes fire, but she doesn't like lay right in front of it. Oh my goodness! Like when I was a kid, guys, we had 2 Labradors, Connie and Rosie, and they would get their noses right, obviously with a safety thing in front, but they get their noses as close to the fire as possible. They'd be absolutely boiling hot if you put your hand on them. Woozle not so much so, but she loves being warm. But yeah, she's not obsessed by fire though. By the way, why is she using a magic tape to fix her book? That's right, that's what she's doing. Couldn't her parents or older brothers use Reparo on it? Fair point. I'm not sure I could really argue against that. Love that Molly is like every mother who sees their child doing something about their appearance. My mum is the same every time I get a new tattoo. Oh, that's really cool. Chapter 11. We get the first mention of Mad-Eye Moody. My theory is that the story about the garbage was just a cover-up made by Crouch Jr., who sneaked into Moody's house to capture. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know where the book is going. I don't know if it's going to be explaining it, so I'm going to avoid reading the rest of that paragraph because it could be explaining something that at the moment I don't know which way it's going, and so I am going to skip the rest of that paragraph. That's okay, and also it's quite a chunky comic Gothic. On a related note, but not really. I attended a fantasy convention recently, and there was an hour-long lecture about students' rights in Hogwarts, which I will point out more when we get to Order of the Phoenix and Umbridge's decrees. The lecturer pointed something out which I found interesting. No worries, all the information you know about the movies. The rest is not covered in the later books, if I remember correctly. So the lecturer said he is not very surprised Voldemort turned out to be the way he did, because he attended Hogwarts during the Second World War, precisely from 1938 to 45, literally at the end, and was sent back every summer to the orphanage. I believe this was mentioned in Chamber of Secrets. Makes you wonder why the school did nothing, like maybe allow the orphan students to stay at the school, like they did for Christmas. The lecturer also said that that a lot of problems would have been solved if the school was not so essy, and if it was easier access to therapy. Give Hogwarts students therapy. Sorry for the long comment. Merry Christmas. It was a bit chunky, Gothic, but thank you for making it. I think it's important to remember, guys, is that all the professors at Hogwarts at the moment are all pretty awesome, and varying degrees and everything. But teachers going back in history certainly were worse in the past, and so I think that it's very possible that the kind of teachers that we had in the 30s and 40s at Hogwarts are night and day compared to how amenable and kind a lot of them are. And so that's my interpretation of it. When it comes to the thing, I wanted to jump off that chapter, that paragraph about Mad Eye's intruder and everything, because at the moment I have no idea who that is, and I don't know if it's going to be relevant later on. And so, in a weird way, someone sent me a message about exactly what constitutes a spoiler or not, guys. And I guess that's a classic example of, at the moment, I have no idea what the intruder situation was there. And right now, that's kind of the best place where I can be. So, in the movies, there's no information about anyone in particular being the one who's like intruding Mad Eye's house and everything. And so, yeah, I appreciate the comment, Gothic, but I do feel like that paragraph was filling in a blank, which at the moment is better for me to be wide open. And if it is never going to be mentioned in the book, then maybe at the end of the book saying, hey, by the way, that was blooming him, you know? Because it sounds like what you're saying is a theory anyway. And so, yeah, I apologise for skipping that part, but thank you so much for the comment. Give it a like. And yeah, I apologise to people who I do confuse when it comes to what constitutes spoilerness or not spoilerness. It's at this point I have so many question marks about what's going on with different characters and everything. I don't want those to be filled in, like the house invasion and everything, or even if there was someone attempting to get into Mad Eye Moody's house and everything. At this point, I shouldn't really be knowing if that is confirmed or not, because yeah, it's difficult. It's really difficult. I'm so sorry. It must be very difficult to make a comment trying to work around that. But I do feel like that is something which, at this point, I'm intrigued to find out what was going on with that invasion. Going on that comment, what I read of it, and I obviously jumped off, so I could be wrong. That's the excitement around that mystery is null and void, and so. It's difficult, guys. It's so difficult. So I'm so sorry that I don't make it clearer, seriously, because I this time I did get a couple of messages saying, hey, is this okay? Is that okay? And the fact is, I don't make it clear enough in my videos, and so it's my fault. So I apologise. And again, Gothic, thank you so much for your comment. I always greatly appreciate your comments. Maria, Merry Christmas! The best image in these chapters is Mrs. Weasley feeding Toaster Amos's head in the fireplace. Hilarious. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Reading these chapters as adults makes me notice how inefficient, ineffective the Ministry of Magic is. They are clearly not set up to respond well to a crisis, and from what we hear, there seems to be a lot to do with favours and keeping friends out of trouble and covering information when it looks bad. I know that the real world government do these things a lot, so the ministry is not uniquely bad, but I think most people see that as a bad thing. The ministry response to incidents in the Quidditch World Cup really sets the stage for how it deals with crisis later on in the series. I think when it comes to the people doing favours and everything in the ministry, it stands out as being particularly bad because they do it in front of Harry, and they say, "Oh yeah, no, we need to get this guy off and everything," like in front of people who shouldn't be hearing this, and so it does feel like it's a very casual approach to corruption in the ministry, and it is corruption. Also, I also thought the information about Mad Eye was interesting. I wonder if the supposed see, this is the problem. I'm going to skip that part as well, Maria, if that's okay. See, the thing is, guys, if at the end of the book we don't know who the intruder is, then I shouldn't be knowing that at this point. If that makes any sense, you know, I should know that at the end of the book. I don't make any sense with the rules, guys. I'm sorry. I really don't. It's difficult to state them properly, but yeah. The thing is, the way I'll put it is like this. Before this book club, I was like, oh, the intruder, what was going on there? Kind of sounds like it's a complete waste of my time now. So it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. But like I say, I'm not reading them, and so there might be more to it. And so let's hope so. I have to add, and I'm so sorry if I misinterpreted. You know what, Gothic Llama and Maria, I'm so sorry if I am panicking about nothing, because it's very possible that your comments aren't saying that there is no explanation for this. And if that's the case, I am so sorry for that. I'm just really nervy about it, because I only just heard about this mystery of this invader and everything. And so I don't want it to instantly be answered to me, you know. But so I'm so sorry. And if neither of your comments are doing that, then I'm so sorry for jumping out. I just got a little bit nervy about it all. I have to add that I'm disappointed in Percy for this for his comments on Winky. I know he has a common attitude for wizards, but still, yeah. Well, a comment earlier on was saying that it could be because Percy, in a sense, sees Winky as a competitor, which kind of is almost how I kind of see it now. In the same way he's putting down Arthur, sort of like say, yes, if I was in that position, I will. He's trying to big himself up constantly, and because of that, he's not seeing the way he's acting. That's the way I see it. Maria, thank you so much for your comment, and again, I'm so sorry for Gothic Llama and Maria for skipping those parts, but I'm just worried, you know, because if we're meant to go through this book not knowing what's going on in such a situation, that's kind of how, and it's not in the movies. If it's in the movies, then that's fine, but it's not in the movies. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain no invasion's mentioned in the movies. Maybe it is. Certainly not that I remember. But if it's a movie exclusive, and even if there is never an explanation, I should be going through the book without that explanation. That makes it. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Anyway, thank you, Maria. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm so sorry for going on so much about the rules in these last two comments, guys. Let's move on. Anne-Marie. Hi, Veggie. Now we get another two chapters that were basically just breaths worth of time in the movies. Absolutely. I will try to keep this short. This is wonderful. Anne-Marie, don't worry about that. Chapter 10. I love this chapter because it's perfectly shown how children, even wizard ones, deal with troubling times. The kids have some fun, but are on the edge the whole time. It's true, Ron, like saying about going off and play Quidditch. I love the dress robes comments in this chapter. What do you think your dress robes would look like? I mean, if I was to choose, probably what Harry has in the movie, because it's just like a tuxedo, maybe with a white tie or a black tie rather than white. But then again, wouldn't you want it to be something quite... No, when I was 13, definitely not. I did not want to stand out when I was 13, guys. Oh my god, no. I would have preferred to live under a rock, quite frankly. So that's my answer. That's my... As uninteresting as possible. There we go, Anna-Marie. Let me know what you would have. Chapter 11. This chapter had some interesting world building going on in just the talks about the schools. I feel like these few chapters really build the Wizarding World, both positively and negative aspects that really help us, the readers, to view it better. Definitely on the negative side. Definitely on the negative side. But yeah, obviously some positive as well, but certainly negative in these last few. I hope, certainly, I mean, much more than possibly ever, in fact. Hope you're having a great holiday season. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. It's so kind of you to say. It's been busy. That's probably the best way I can put it. But thank you so much for your comment. Nick. So sorry about my waffle about the rules just now, guys. It has been something that over the last few weeks I've been saying I really need to make this clearer for you, because it's not anyone's fault for leaving a comment not knowing what the full rules are, because frankly I haven't expressed what what these rules are very well. You know, I really haven't, and so I will endeavour to correct that. Nick. Ron is not wrong in the nature of house elves. Well, the house elves are happy, aren't they? Ron said. Well, the fish aren't happy in water, aren't they? Well, the fish are happy in water, aren't they? But there are always some bad people who give unjust treatment not only to elves. I love that Hermione is fighting for injustice. Mr. Crouch is wrong in Winky's case. The book will give more information on it. Modified okay, before we move on from that, yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, Nick, is that, you know, the only two house elves I've met are Dobby and Winky, and so it's very difficult for me to think that, you know, house elves are like fish in water, you know? Moving on. Modified memory, done right, only disorientated for a while, but if a big thing, it can do some mental damage. Once again, the book will give more information on it. Mrs. Weasley, last thing I ever said to you was you didn't do well in owls. Love, Mrs. Weasley. It's a wonderful moment. Now, Mum, said Fred, if the Hogwarts Express crashed tomorrow and George and I died, how would you feel to know that the last thing you ever heard from you was an unfounded accusation? I more love to Fred. It's such a good moment, and the fact that Molly laughed as well is just awesome. Once again, the Gringotts Wizard Bank security. Mrs. Weasley got the gold out of your vault, Harry, and she washed all your socks. Yes, that's right, she did. Again, that's something which I didn't make in my notes. I feel like I wasn't very good at note-taking this time, guys, but yeah, she got money out of Harry's vault. Let's say that Harry gave her a charm which meant that she could do it. Magic can write anything off, guys. It really, really can. Thank you so much, Nick. Great comment. Zeno. Maybe. Hi, Veggie, and happy holidays. I will like to clarify something that, for me, was obvious from the start about the Quidditch match with Hufflepuff. We're going back in time here. We'll do it then. As we will be getting more chapters that involve sportsmanship in this book, I will like to hear your thoughts on this. I'll say this now soon. Zuno. I regret those ones. I feel like those are by far the worst book reviews, and I think that a lot of people jumped off checking out the book reviews. In fact, this week I got a comment saying about my opinions of the Hufflepuff Quidditch match, and I replied saying, I'm really, really sorry. This was I was approaching these chapters from a completely wrong angle, and I can absolutely see how they could have come off wrong, and I was incorrect. And the person said, you know, it's no big and everything, but they said that they will probably they'll continue subscribing and watch my other things, but they probably won't be watching the book reviews because of it. And so it's the biggest regret that I have when it comes to these book reviews is the way that I acted in those chapters, guys. So I apologize. I guess my problem is, you know, in my movie reaction, you know, my reaction to Hufflepuff winning, people found incredibly funny. And I guess because of that, I subconsciously try to carry that on into the book reviews. But yeah, so I apologize about that. So let's read what you have to say. To me, Harry had every right to ask for a match. Ask if the match will be replayed, as it's interrupted by external factors. Have you ever heard of the World Cup? It was, I mean, seriously, the referee getting charmed and everything. It wasn't like Harry did a mistake and fall from the broom, or was blocked by a Hufflepuff beater. To me, the Dementors were like hooligan raiding the pitch, or injuring a key player of one of the teams. As Harry saw the Dementors come into the pitch, he's scared of the mind, and find it logical that he did see how close was Cedric to the snitch, or to not remember after he woke up. That's possible. Quidditch is a very volatile sport, as we saw in previous matches and in the World Cup. Something can happen at a split second and stop a seeker from getting the snitch. Marcus Flint ramming Harry off of course, causing a foul in his first match. Now that's interesting. So without knowing how the match ended and the Dementors raiding the pitch, I find Harry's questioning of the rematch very logical. Yeah, but it does also then fall into the whole thing that Harry cannot just lose. And I want Harry to be able to lose, because then Harry is a more realistic character. He's not just some god emperor who's above all of us. So, in a sense, I think it makes Harry more interesting if Cedric would have won it and Harry's like, oh, I want a rematch because of that. I think that makes him more interesting. If Harry... If it is guaranteed that Harry would have won the match for and it is Harry winning, because it's always Harry winning for Gryffindor, if the Dementors hadn't happened, it makes him so much less of an interesting character to me, in my opinion. But there you go. To me, the fact that the match was not replayed was unbelievable. P.S. Great job on the video. Keep going. Also, go Ravenclaw. Excellent. Always good to hear from Ravenclaw. And to make it clear, I'm just clarifying Harry's point of view in the game. To me, is irrelevant who got the snitch. I'm just defending Harry's reaction. Okay, so your comment is from his standpoint rather than... Okay, that changes things. Okay, I'm sorry, I misread what you meant there. It's, by the way, Zeno, it's rare that I go back. It's very rare that I go back to discuss stuff so well, but I will do it this time, just because it's come up recently on the channel. When I say that, when I criticize Harry for wanting a rematch, you know, it's not saying the character wouldn't do that or the character shouldn't do that. I'm criticizing because I disagree with them. Now, I've talked earlier on in this video about my bias and everything, and everyone has bias, and so it's clearly Hufflepuff bias that I have. But that Hufflepuff bias is such that I should be questioning why Harry thinks he should have rematch. That's how it is. And so my opinion is going to be that Harry shouldn't be asking for that. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be in the book. I think it makes Harry a more interesting character. Yeah, I got to move on sooner because it's not about the chapters that we're covering today. But thank you so much for making it. And I'm sorry, I feel like I misinterpreted your comment until reading the edit. So thank you so much for making that. Thank God, we got through some longer comments this time, guys. At this point, earlier on, not so much. Gary. Hi, Veggie. I'm writing this from my holiday, aka vacation in Florida. I hope you had a wonderful time, Gary. My favourite quote, your father thinks very highly of Mad-Eye Moody, said Mrs. Weasley sternly. Yeah, well, Dad collects plugs, doesn't he? Said Fred quietly. It seems like such a strange diss from Fred to say about Arthur, but it is a great line. Mad-Eye Moody's supposed to break in. God. I'm not going to read the rest. Gary. Mad-Eye Moody's supposed break-in is an interesting clue that I never gave much thought in previous reads. What do you think's really happening? I have no idea, Gary. I really don't, and you know, I don't know if that's ever going to pay off. And so, you know, I don't know how to speculate on it. Great comment though, Gary. Always greatly appreciate it, and I really hope you had a good time in Florida. Seriously. Go Dolphins. Miami. Yes. Or Buccaneers. Right, thank you so much for your comment, Gary. Emily. Veggie. I might be too late with this question. It's not specific to the chapters, but I've always wanted to ask a Brit about it. Well, it's a short comment, Emily, so that's no problem at all. Harry is always saying, and I've always pronounced it in my head, rhyming with her. In an American accent. Her. Sorry. Is that how you pronounce is? You pronounce is. Is it just a British equivalent to how you say or oh? Oh, I see. or in the US? Sorry for the silly question. Just always curious. Emily, that is a great question. Yeah, I just did it there. But is absolutely up there as well. And so yeah, when we say we are basically trying to think of what to say next. So and are exactly the US equivalents of it. God, that made me think there. I believe that's a great question, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's as in her, yeah, and it's pronounced like that as well, I think, unless I'm sounding it differently. I must go all the time, guys, surely. Great question, Emily. I appreciate it, and as long as your questions are short like that, I don't mind it. It's when we're talking about previous chapters or things that aren't relevant, and it goes on for like several paragraphs. That's when it becomes an issue. But thank you so much for your comment. Okay, so first of all, guys, I'm going to apologise again to Maria, Gothic, and Gary. I feel like I know what the situation here's now. Now, I don't know this is the case, but going on the comments here, I'm wondering if we are never going to hear about this intrusion again. Or yeah, this potential break-in again. Now, if you know that we're not going to be doing that again, I can absolutely understand you making a comment saying, "Hey, what did you think about that?" and everything like potentially, meaning even after you've read the book and everything. But where I'm at, I presume that there's going to be a point where we're going to hear more about the break-in. So I'm guessing from these comments that we're not going to be. Okay. Either way, guys, I am so sorry to Gary, Maria, and Gothic, because I feel like I worded what I said just now really badly. It's because I don't make it clear enough in these rules when it comes to things that could be... The thing is, in a way, it's an anti-spoiler, because it's making something not spoilable. but it's difficult. Either way, I'm so sorry to you three. I really should have worded what I said a lot better than I did. Moving on. We're nearly through, guys. We are nearly through, and we are definitely going to be under... And this is a massive comment coming up. We are definitely going to be under 5 hours this time, which is... It's been a long time since we've been under 5 hours. But, this is the way it goes, though, guys. These have been great chapters, but, not much to really discuss in them. Catty. Mrs. Weasley being so upset at her potential last conversation with the twins hit so hard for me. I have an 11-year-old son. I always try to make sure he knows I still love him, even though I'm upset with him. I always can't decide whether the Weasley's family hinting at Hogwarts surprise is to the kids is more or less annoying than Malfoy being told outright by his father. Well, the Weasleys are purposely being annoying, apart from Percy. But, like, Bill, Charlie, and Molly, they were teasing them on the train with, like, Cheshire Cat grins. Definitely. And again, I do think it's possible that Draco wasn't told outright by his father. I don't know, guys. It's a conspiracy I got here. And yeah, the whole thing about, always remember to tell your loved ones you love them and everything. Oh man, it's a good moment, wasn't it, Kat? Catty, I should say. Sorry, it was a very powerful moment. One of the best of these chapters, and also the fact she laughed at Fred's joke was awesome. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. DS Prince. I've been following your journey since your first Harry Potter movie reaction, and I've commented on YouTube occasionally, but I finally decided to cave in and join the Patreon. DS Prince, thank you so much. Greatly love to see you. Lovely to see you here. There's not a whole lot to say about these two chapters, I guess. It's fair, but I still want to leave a message. Good, I'm glad you did. It's so unique to see these in-depth, chapter-by-chapter reviews of the books from the perspective of someone who watched the movies first. I mean, in a weird way, it's the right way to do it, because I'd imagine doing it the other way around must be so frustrating with the movies, whereas I'm loving these books, and so it's in a weird way it's the right way around, I feel. And I love how you're not only talk about the big plot points, but how all the fun little things in the books too. In my opinion, they're the things that make the universe. I've seen and read many Harry Potter reactions, but I don't think I've ever seen someone go so in depth in a manner characterized and side plots like you. I mean, if that's true, DS, that's amazing. I'm blooming honoured by that. Seriously, when we first started doing these book reviews, it was certainly faster. But as I went in and I got more and more obsessed with it, and this is usually on YouTube, guys, when I start a new series on something, and I get obsessive about it and like really get into it and everything, often it can turn fans of that thing away from my videos, I've found, whereas it seemed like the majority of you guys liked that, and because it just swelled so much until we get to 5-hour episodes and everything, and so it's an absolute blooming treat, and I'm blooming honoured that you guys are willing to be a part of this, let alone the patrons or not, guys, the people who leave comments on the YouTube channel. The fact that you're willing, it's my pinned tweet, guys, it is my pinned tweet, saying how, I'll read it. I was going to get the image up, but I won't, because the image is just me pulling a stupid face. But my pinned tweet on my Twitter goes as follows. It is baffling and humbling to me as a recently diagnosed autistic who spent a lot of their life avoiding social interactions, worried I would say the wrong thing, that has thousands of you willfully listen to me waffle for 4 to 5 hours in a video. Means the world to me, lovelies. That's my pinned tweet on Twitter. And I mean every single word of that, guys. It's blooming wonderful. It's actually helped with my autism. I genuinely think it has. It's definitely helped with struggles that I'm going through, other struggles that I'm going through and everything. It absolutely has. And so, thank you, DS Prince. That's so kind of you, and that's amazing. These past 2 years have been really tough for me, battling severe depression and discovering. Oh, sorry, I'm recovering from a tough breakup. I'm so sorry to hear that, Prince. And your reaction videos to both my beloved Harry Potter series and now also Team Starkid, loving it. Oh my goodness, that Twisted song in Twisted. So good. My personal favourite is No One Remembers Ahmed, though. Which, God, I'm sorry. I should be laughing at your comment, I'm sorry. Which I've been a huge fan of for ages. Have been such a welcome, nice distraction from all the stuff that I'm going on in my life. You're such a sympathetic, warm person. I just want you to know that. Even though we've never met, your way too long reaction videos fill with Hufflepuff bias, there we go, there's the Hufflepuff bias, tangents about rules and Quidditch, and long rambles about completely unrelated subjects have actually helped this random guy from the Netherlands survive through some of the darkest days in my life. So thank you for that, Prince. That is incredibly sweet, and I'm so sorry to hear what you're going through. The idea that I can even help in the slightest way of that absolutely means everything to me. I hope that you know that. It really, really does. I've been to the Netherlands a couple of times, guys, but only when I was a kid. But it was a beautiful country, though. It really was. But I'd love to go again. But it is a beautiful country. P.S. I promise the next time I leave a comment in the book club, it will be shorter. And also about Harry Potter. DS Prince, you're okay there. I've said it before. It's very often with like the people who are new to it. They're like, oh, I want to say this and everything. And I'm absolutely fine with that. So don't worry about that. And yeah, your words here mean absolutely everything to me, and so thank you so much, Brent. I hope things are getting better, seriously, okay? But yes, if I can help in the slightest way with posting these videos, and you know what, I know what we're going to be doing with Starkids next, which you would have already seen if you're watching this for free on YouTube, but I think we've got to go this way. I think so. Prince, thank you so much for your comment. Lou. Always do the it's good field goal pose. I don't know why. I literally don't know why. Lou, hi Veggie. First time contributing to a book club. We're very welcome, Lou. That was just for you. Right, I love to see Mrs. Weasley rushing to the twins and regretting her words to them because she worried they'd be her last. It's so showing a side of Molly that it's so endearing. I understand that she just wanted the best for them, though. It seems like she's worried a lot, and maybe it comes across as overbearing to her children. And some readers of the books as well. It's a fascinating discussion about Molly's reaction to what she said, not so much her reaction, what she said about Fred and George in the previous chapters. I have to say, whilst the clock is useful to someone fretting over the safety of their family, I do find it's a bit odd. Perhaps I'm just protective and my privacy and would I'm just protective on my privacy and would chafe against someone knowing my whereabouts at all times. Yeah, that's true. I think Molly could argue, well, look at what Fred and George get up to. It's true. In fact, you can get, I don't know if this is the case, guys, but can't you get, like, apps on your phone and then put those apps on your kids' phones and it shows them where they are? Right? I feel like I've heard about those before. I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, it does feel... But I can understand it as well, though. I can. Oh, man. Either way, come on, moving on. Percy is so amusing, but I think I'd zone out if I had to listen to intrude on about culture and pops all the time. Lou, that's fair. I think I probably would as well. I do wonder if, and I'm his favourite, I'm his biggest fan here. I'm like, what's his name? What was the photographer kid? Oh no, what was his name? Not Neville. Trevor, was it? I can't remember. You know the photographer kid from Chamber of Secrets. I'm him to Percy. I do wonder if being a middle-ish child had made him want to stand out on his own. It can't always be easy growing up in a large family, especially if Fred and George were always wild children needing more supervision. Oh, now that's fascinating. Also, that little scene with Mrs. Weasley feeding toast to Mr. Diggory with tongs in the fire really caught me off guard. Imagine that played out in front of you. It would be a strange old image, especially if you had literally no context, which quite frankly Harry really doesn't. Anyway, hope you and Woozle have a lovely Christmas. You too, Lou. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Middle-ish child. Maybe that's gotta be it. Percy in the middle. Okay, what is his name? Chamber of Secrets camera kid. Colin! Of course it's Colin! I'm Colin to Percy's Harry. Harry's Percy. No, Percy's Harry. Ignore me. Need to get Percy's autograph. Great comment, Lou. Thank you so much for making it. Dara! Happy Merry Christmas to you all! Not many thoughts in these chapters, that's fair, that have not already been mentioned. I still think it's interesting that even though some schools have been given countries destinations since the books came out, Dumbstrike has not. Yeah. I always wonder if we have a German school of witchcraft and wizardry. It's as well. And I love to to speculate where it would be located, I am from Brocken, which is where in Germany traditionally witches would go to celebrate. Okay, Dara, here we go. Right, dyslexic nightmare here. No, I reckon I can do this. Wilprog's Sinach. Wilprog's Sinach. I'm sorry, Dara, I probably said that completely wrong. Well, it sounds like that's the perfect place then. Brocken. I'd love a German school, sigh. There probably is one. We had enough old castles, castle ruins around. That's actually very, Germany is a beautiful country, guys. I've been inside the parliament. Well, I think it's the parliament. I went inside the glass roof thing. You know what I'm talking about, Dara. The, I don't know what it's called. I'm so sorry. But where the parliament is in Berlin, and it has like a glass thing like above it. I think I hope I'm making some sort of sense, Dara. But yeah, it is a beautiful country, and you know there'd have to be a German school of wizardry. Absolutely. But this whole thing about schools not having countries and everything, it's completely new to me, guys. It really is blown me apart. Anyway, Dara, thank you so much for your comment. Rhea, hey Veggie, it doesn't matter, but over here in America, we have Mr. Clean. I've seen Mr. Clean. Googled your Mr. Muscle, Google goggles and hair. He's changed a lot. Rhea. He used to be like he used to be like a very skinny person with like with big glasses and everything. You know, the name was ironic, but not anymore though. That guy is bold with an earring. No, I've seen this. Probably from watching American football. In fact, Rhea, you're the Saints fan, aren't you? I think so. I'm so sorry. I think you are the Saints fan. So I apologise for what I said earlier, and also bring up the game. Right, so hopefully this brings a laugh, because I don't intend the following to be a downer. It just the time alignment, which alignment makes me want to mention it. Moments like Mrs. Weasley's reaction when they got home and hugged Fred and George so close are some of my favourites in the series. It's a lovely moment. Always warms my heart and usually brings happy tears. The true unconditional love of parents is a beautiful thing. I physically lost that many years ago. I'm so sorry to hear that. Physically, yes. Physically lost that many years ago. November the 30th marks 22 years since my mother passed away. Rhea, I am so sorry to hear that. Tomorrow, December the 18th, will mark 20 years since my dad passed away. Oh, goodness. This series has been with me and my brother through it all and continues to do so. I do hear about how this series of books and indeed the movies just means so much, and you know, it's stories like this we can really see it, understand it, guys. Over the years, I'd be lying if I said I haven't felt jealous or envious, even a little resentful from time to time of people that still have their parents. I completely understand that. And you blooming Harry. Oh god, that comes up with Harry like a few times, even in the movies. It's so well done. Both in real life and in fiction. But the truth is, a vast majority of the time, I love seeing it in every way possible. It's a comfort to know it still exists. It's a comfort to know I can actually remember experiencing it. Poor Harry only got 1 year. He can't remember it at all. A fictional book series taught me that lesson. Oh my goodness. To be grateful for what you have. Some people have far less. I mean, Rhea, that's that's a beautiful approach to take. That really is, because my goodness, you've been through it. That is absolutely heartbreaking. I'm so sorry to hear that, Rhea. I lost my father 2006, so that would be 16 years ago. 16 years ago, no, it'd be 17 years ago. It's around that ball. It's 2016 on Christmas Eve, in fact. And it's so wonderful that you go into in your comment, Rhea, but the whole resentment feeling of feeling like it's not fair that, you know, oh my goodness, that's beautifully put, Rhea. But the fact that these books helped you to come to the conclusion of, you know, some people have far less. That's powerful. That just shows how powerful just, you know, art and writing in general can be. It's absolutely beautiful. Happy holidays to you, Veggie, and to all my fellow book clubbers. I remember you mentioning that you had lost your own father too. So to you and all those grieving the loss of loved ones in any capacity, you are not alone. P.S. Let's end with a cheery note. Congratulations for the 90k subscribers. Thank you so much, Riz. Yes, absolutely. On the YouTube channel, guys, we have hit 90,000 subscribers. When I first started my on my YouTube channel, I had two ultimate goals that I wanted. One was to go to E3. I don't know if you heard the news about E3 recently, guys, but it's forever been cancelled, and so that's not going to happen. But my other one has always been to hit 100,000 subscribers. And we are on the final push now, and so thank you all so much for being a part of this channel, guys. It's been a project, it really has, and quite frankly, it's a project which I created because I needed distractions. And so, thank you all so much for being a part of it, and we are nearly there, guys. And, you know, it's no small thing that once you get to 100,000, guys, it's when you can get your name verified. So, Veggie Gamer with a tick and, you know, that sort of thing. And get the bloomin' plaque, the play button. That's yeah. It may seem, I don't know, guys. Some people may think that that's a little bit, you know, what's the term? When you're obsessed with owning things. What's that called? Material? Maybe it's material. I don't. That feels like like it's the wrong term. But yeah, but getting that plaque is something which has been a target for me, and it has kept me going through this, you know. And so a lot of much better YouTubers than me gave up way too early. I saw it, guys. Back in the day when you're first starting and you're getting your first few thousand subscribers and everything, you'll start hearing from other YouTubers like, hey, collabs, and I love your video on this and everything like that. I met so many of them, and so few of them are still going. And I'll say this, all of them were better than I was. But I have an arrogant persistence to myself where I will not stop. I am going to get to 100,000 subscribers, guys. I will get there, and so it's such a shame because these people were so much more talented when it came to making YouTube videos. I could name so many of them, guys. I won't, obviously, but they were awesome, and they all just it's a shame. And so my greatest ability is, you know, unwillingness to give up on the 100,000. That's, you know, that's it. And so that's how we got to where we are. Thank you, Rhea. That comment, I really appreciate you making that comment. That was beautifully put. I don't want to overstep the mark, Rhea, but your brother is very lucky to have you as a sister. I can tell that just from the comment that you made here. So thank you so much for making your comment, and thank you so much for congratulating me about the 90,000 subscribers. That is absolutely wonderful. Yes, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there, and so yes, thank you so much for your wonderful comments. And you know, it just goes to show you how much these books mean to people, guys. It really does. It is a special thing. Jonas. Of the side panels, great work this time, Jonas. They were lovely. Hiya, mates. I'm not even finished with the old I'm not even finished with the old book club, so I'm just here to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Also, congrats on the 90k. Thank you so much, Jonas. The 100k will be there in no time, I hope so. We shall see. We shall see. What was the thing which I posted recently which got loads? Oh, Has Been Hotel trailer. Which I know, guys, you know, different fan groups on my channel. I know it can be quite, you know, strange how, you know, we have something all about Harry Potter, we have Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but then we have something completely out there like Has Been Hotel and Hello Boss and everything. It's lots of different fan groups and everything, and that's how I kind of like it, to be honest. But on it, I posted, I said in the video, like saying, hey guys, because Has Been Hotel is now being run by Amazon Prime, I'm not going to be able to monetize this video, which is absolutely fine, but if you do want to hit the subscribe button, you'd be helping me out. That was a lot of people helped me out that night, and so that's how we got that's how we, you know, made this step from 89 to 90, and so yeah, definitely not everyone's cup of tea, guys, but I think it's great. I think it Has Been Hotel and Hello Boss are great. I gotta admit, guys, I am a sucker for animation. I really am, and so it's not everyone's cup of tea, but if you're thinking about checking out though, guys, it is not for kids, okay? It may look like it from the thumbnails. It is not for kids, okay? So be careful who you're showing it to. I always have to be careful with that. I really, really do. P.S. I googled the greeting. It's British, and Jonas, I noticed that you said hiya, mate. I was thinking that's un-Jonas. P.S. I googled the greeting. It's British. Enit. That's Londoner thing. Enit. I think it's a Londoner thing. Yes, I think so. Hope you're having a giraffe. Okay, you got that one wrong. You got that wrong. You got that one wrong, Jonas. Yeah, and a giraffe. Yeah, you don't say. I'm going to. Okay, Jonas. If you're going to a comedy stand-up show, you're not going to say, oh, I hope I have a giraffe. No one says that. A giraffe is an accusation of someone doing something purposefully wrong. But it is short for laugh. So it means you're having a laugh. But if you say to someone, you're having a laugh, you're not literally pointing at someone who's laughing, saying, you're having a laugh. If someone says, what would be a good example of someone having a laugh? It's almost like an accusation, you know, of someone doing something incorrectly, but it is meaning you're having a laugh. And so, oh god, I can't think of a good example. I guess in a way, it kind of means the same as I don't believe it. Yeah, that's it. And so, if like you're working with someone and and like they tidy something away and then they pick it up and they accidentally drop it and it all just goes everywhere, it would be natural for someone to say, "You're having a laugh there. You're having a laugh," or "You're having a giraffe," if you want to go that way. So at no point would you say you're having a giraffe when you're talking about enjoying something. So, but yeah, very confusing though, Jonas. That's a great comment. So thank you so much for making it. And Max with a second comment, I think. Hi, Veggie. Not to say, was it the second comment? I swear we've had a Raider Max comment already. Oh, it's just something about Percy. Yes, okay. They're both very short though, so don't worry about that. That's fine. It's absolutely fine, Max. I do hope the Raiders get through to the playoffs. They're cutting it close, aren't they? They're cutting it very close. Hi, Veggie. Not much to say, so I'll just say that in the reboot series, not the cartoon show, reboot series, we better see Mrs. Weasley throw food on the fireplace for Amos Diggory. I think we definitely will. I think we absolutely will. It'll be interesting to see Amos and many other characters more, in fact, because we're going to. Thanks so much for your comment, Max. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through these comments. Come. Hi, Veggie. These two chapters are filled with so much little character building moments. They really are. Especially Ron struggling with the family image. It feels like a real family when reading or the little interactions. I love the cozy vibes when they're all sitting around the fire together, but doing their own thing. It's cool, isn't it? I can't think of another scene like it, in fact, that we've had. Honestly, the imagery of Molly eating toast to Amos's head always weirds me out. I always wondered why Arthur's statement after leaving the forest caused so much trouble at the ministry. It's Rita being able to manipulate things to make it seem worse than it actually is, you know. Certainly didn't help about the thing about the alleged bodies and everything. And again, why couldn't anyone else send a person looking for Bertha? And again, why couldn't anyone else send a person looking for Bertha? Presumably, at the ministry, you are the person who is responsible for your workers underneath you. And so for anyone else to do it, that would be very disrespectful and possibly even illegal. So yeah, I'm guessing it's a law. It's not so much a law, sorry. It's a rule where whoever is in charge of the department, it is their job, and no one else has even the right to intervene. That's how I see it. Happy Christmas from Canada, Carmen. Thank you so much for your comment. I hope Canada is lovely. Oh, it is lovely, and I've never been. I've never been out of Europe. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Emily, hi Veggie. I have finally caught up with the videos after months of watching. I'm excited to take part in the book club. Emily, you're very welcome. I don't know why I keep doing that, but I do. I wanted to use my first comment here to say I am also a proud Percy enjoyer. Percy enjoyer, that is the best way of putting it. I didn't care for him the first time reading the books, but in reading them again, I noticed he was one of, if not the first person, to be kind to Hermione at Hogwarts. I love it. I love it. I love me some Percy. They are very similar characters, I agree, but whereas Hermione found her place with Harry and Ron, who defend her from bullies, Percy doesn't seem to have many friends. We did have a girlfriend, but yeah. It's true, actually. That's very interesting. I wonder what his situation was at school. The movie glosses over his character arc, but glosses over, yeah. But it is one of my favourites in the book. I can't wait for us to get into more in the future. Me too, Emily. And the thing is, I know it's probably going to be... It's going to be tough as a Percy lover, which I am. But I am intrigued, though. I really am. Have a wonderful day. You too, Emily. Thank you so much for your first comment. Greatly appreciate it. I'm looking forward to your next one. Rod. Hey, Veggie. Just came in here to see if the thread was blocked. Since it's not, have a Merry Christmas. You too, Rod. Have a Merry Christmas. I'll say this to know... Okay, so when I'm recording, guys, you can see these appear next to comments. And so if you're ever wondering where I am in the recording process, and I do it like usually most of the day, 1 day, sometimes 2 days, you can see whereabouts I am in the book club. But at the top, it will say closed here. So at the start, it will say closed. And then under in the blurb, at the top, it will say this part of the book club is now complete. Thank you so much for taking part. See you next time. And so that's how you can know if it's closed or not. So, but you know, you got it absolutely. And thank you so much for your Merry Christmas wish, which is what you said, right? It was, right? Yes, Merry Christmas. There he goes. Yes, you too, Ron. Thank you so much for your comment. Stephen. And by the way, guys, once I get to the bottom here, I will be refreshing because I know for a fact that one other person has already commented. In fact, they sent me a message on Instagram saying, "Hey, by the way, I've just commented," and so don't worry, I will be covering that as well. Stephen, hey Veggie. So, were you expecting to wait 11 chapters just to get back to Hogwarts? No, not 11. I expected it to be a while, but not 11 chapters. Certainly not. I'm delighted it was, though. My goodness, what a start to this book. Or the sheer amount of great stuff we get in them. It's been a blooming pleasure. important stuff as well. It's not stuff that should just be glossed over. Also, I can finally tell you why I didn't like Secrets of Dumbledore. It felt like it was actually trying to go against the established law of the books as to how Hogwarts is shielded from muggles finding the castle. That put me off quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's only a couple of short bits, but yeah, I can understand it, Stephen. I feel like you can, like I said about sci-fi and fantasy earlier on, you can write it off with someone did a open eyes thing on what's his name? Jacob, my goodness. Yeah, I feel like it can be explained away, but for that to not be on screen, it should have been on screen, because that would have taught people watching the movies for the first time information as well. It should have been on screen, shouldn't it? But anything about Jacob can't turn you off from the Fantastic Beasts movies, surely. Jacob's awesome. I love him. We need a book about Percy and Jacob. That would make no sense, Veggie. Moving on. I assume this will be the last book club of 2023. I think so. I don't think we're going to be able to get one out in a week. So, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and Woosel. Have a fantastic time. Stephen, you too. I hope you have a wonderful 2024 as well. And Christmas and so on if you celebrate it. But thank you so much. Very kind words. Harry Potter. Like I say, I will be refreshing this in a moment so we can check out the final comments. Hi, Veggie. Watching the movie scenes right after reading the chapters can be quite bizarre from this movie onwards. Cutting most of the Dark Mark scene and then going straight to Hermione reading the paper. It's so bizarre. The train. And basically agreeing with Rita, with Skeeter about the Ministry blunders and lack of security is just weird. You're right, she bloomin' does. Well, she questions if there was security, and then Ron says, "Yeah, there was loads. My dad said." My dad said. But you're right. She is kind of taking Skeeter's, but then Molly takes Skeeter's opinion of Bill, kind of, and Percy taking her opinion of Arthur. Yeah, I do wonder if that is purposely laid in there just to make the prophet show that it does have proper influence over people who've been brought up in the Wizarding world. Even the Molly thing. Molly-Toff cocktail, of course. What the heck do I mean by that? You know it's near the end of the video when I start saying stupid things like that. I also really like that Malfoy-Ron dynamic in the book. Interesting. Ron has been teased about the big event all summer and is angry about how everything he owns is rubbish. Malfoy then manages to hit all the right spots by laughing at the dress, teasing even more about the event and insulting his father. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely, like the finance and everything, winning the prize and being able to buy proper robes and everything, absolutely. And I gotta say, guys, this is after, and Draco didn't hear what Ron said about wanting to murder him. God. And so it's not a response to that, but it is. If it said that after this part, it would have almost been. I don't know, it's still a strong thing that Ron's saying, you know, it's the sort of thing which you shouldn't say, you know. I know that he's not being serious. I can really feel Ron's frustration as he squashes the cauldron cake into a pulp. He does, yeah, they're having cauldron cakes, guys. Bloom and Percy would be proud. No pumpkin pasties, though. All pumpkin pasty. Crazy. I hope you have great Christmas and a New Year, Veggie. You too, Harry Potter. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. So here we go, guys. This is what the blog will look like when it's complete, and so that's I've just done that now. But we do have one more comment, who is from Emma, who did message me saying, "Oh, I just added the comment now," and so of course we will cover it. Hey, Veggie. I want to thank Will for their comment regarding the finished book covers last time. They were fascinating. I should do a video about those guys because they were absolutely blooming fascinating. I think I will. I think I will do a video about them. I was planning to do the same after all the champions had been properly introduced and described, because I love how accurately Fleur and Cedric and Crumb were illustrated on the cover. Now that's fascinating. I'm in the minority with Veggie. I really like the unique art style. I think they're kind of beautiful. I think they are, and I can understand how someone who's not expecting it can be like, what the heck is going on? Because they are kind of out there, but there is something kind of special about them. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm not alone, Emma. That's awesome. Fun fact. As a young boy in Finnish. As a young boy, the Finnish illustrator Mika Lunis hated his own nose and thought it was too big, and that is why he gave Harry a long nose. That's so sweet. I love it. I love it. I think that was actually sweet of him. I love that. I love that, Emma. To give Harry one of his own personal features, especially one that he kind of hated about himself. I believe lots of people disliked their nose. I certainly did for most of my life, and especially as a teen. Oh, their nose. I see what you mean. Yes, absolutely. Lunas also said, wizards have big noses. It's an unusual and unifying feature. Harry has a budding wizard's nose. Headmaster Dumbledore already has a considerable one. I can believe that absolutely. We know that Ron's feet are massive as well, although that is not a unifying thing. Unifeating. What? Do you have a favourite Christmas dish? I made a delicious vegan Wellington last year, and I'm definitely making it again. That sounds amazing. Christmas dish. It's just gonna be Christmas dinner, you know, which is your traditional. It's gonna be what a lot of Americans know as Thanksgiving. So I think a lot of Americans don't actually have turkey for Christmas, do they? Obviously, I don't have turkey. This year I've got a chicken style thing by This Is Not. That's what the company's called. It's called This Is... No, the company's called This. And then their products are always This Is Not Chicken, or This Is Not... This is not sausage. You know, that sort of thing. And they brought out a chicken style thing with stuffing in. Love me some stuffing. Which I'll be having that. Vegan sausages wrapped with vegan bacon. Sprouts, obviously sprouts. Carrots. Roast potatoes. Gravy. Lots and lots of gravy. I'm trying to think, is that it? I feel like that's it. Trifle as well. I always make myself a trifle for Christmas, guys, with a bit of not brandy, what's it called? Port? I can't remember what I put in it. Sherry! There we go, sherry! Sherry trifle. Vegan again. Yeah, I make that every year. But yeah, that's what the main meal is. Sausage rolls for breakfast. I feel like I'm not alone with that, but my family always had sausage rolls for breakfast first thing, before presents or anything. Sausage rolls, ketchup, brown sauce. Brown sauce is like a kind of, not spicy, but more peppery ketchup. It's very nice. HP sauce, you may know it as. But yes, start the day with sausage rolls. Vegan ones, of course, for me. Which I do make a good vegan sausage roll, guys. I'm afraid I'm afraid I do. Where was I with your comments? Yes, a vegan Wellington. That sounds amazing, Emma. That does sound really good. Hope you and Woozle have a relaxing Christmas, and thank you again for the book club, Emma. Thank you so much for your comment, and I'm glad that I'm not alone when it comes to liking those those book covers, I feel like I might do a video about them. I'm sure I won't be the first person to do a video about them, but, you know, maybe I'll be the first one to post a video saying that I really liked them, maybe. But I thought, yeah, I thought there was something quite beautiful about them. I honestly did. I can understand that they were strange. But, you know, strange is beautiful sometimes, guys. Look at Harry's nose. Don't know what I meant by that, guys, but we are done. Thank you all so much for taking part in the book club, guys. I'm glad we managed to get to sneak Emma's comment in the end. And I think that we are well under 5 hours, guys. Or at least under 5 hours. I know that we were approaching it, but then we had Ria's lovely comment, which I obviously wanted to give a lot of time to. Oh, there's me. Me from last time. I think I know what the thumbnail's going to be this time. I think I'm going to... yeah. The thing is, guys, I never pose for my thumbnails. I posed for my thumbnails once, and it was incredibly awkward for me to do. It was actually on my Husband Adele video as well. So normally I take the picture from the videos, which I will try and do this now, but I will be adding something to the thumbnail as well, because it's kind of been the main focus of this episode. Again, I'm so sorry to those comments about the home invasion scene and everything. I just worry that it's difficult, guys. It's difficult. The fact is, I need to make what isn't spoilers more clearer. And it sounds like you guys weren't even spoiling everything. It's just because I don't know if that's going to be a big thing going on or not. I don't know. So I'm so sorry to those three. I really am. It was Maria, Gothic Llama, and Gary, wasn't it? I'm sorry if cutting those parts of your comments short was incorrect. I'm spinning plates here. I'm spinning plates. I really haven't. So I hope it made sense. But hope to see you next time in the comments, guys. As always, love these book reviews. And I did have a feeling this would be under 5 hours. It's a Christmas miracle. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time.